and Mike Salk.
All right, hello. Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, 97.3 HD2, YouTube, all good ways to interact with and find the show, listen to it, watch it, the whole deal. It's good to be back with you guys. Missed you all. Some people come back from a couple of days off, and people talk about how much they're missed, and you get nice things. And then there are other people who just take shot. Like, thanks. It's really nice to be back. Thank you for welcoming me back with shot after shot after shot. Jeez. Between the text messages and the old podcast reviews at Apple Podcasts, I'm just taking arrows and bullets and shrapnel and everything else this morning. My God.
It's all out of love, right?
It doesn't feel that way.
The kind of relationship you have with
It doesn't feel that way, no. 253.
We're happy you're back.
Salk, nice of you to finally show up for work. Not all of us get 40 vacation days a year. I don't either. My God. How much vacation does Salk get? Look, I have a very hard job talking about sports in the morning. You think this is easy? It's incredibly difficult. It takes years and years of practice and strength and intelligence, and it's exhausting. I need my time off dealing with all of you. Are you kidding me? The stupidity of some of the... No, I'm just kidding. It's, what can I tell you? I've been here a while. I get some days off, and I like to use them because that's part of my comp package. What do you think? Radio people make money? No money in this business, so you got to take whatever you can do. We're in a dying business, for God's sakes. You got to do whatever you can. Take the month, take the days, do something. I do have some Apple Podcast reviews. I told you it's fine to leave mean comments, but please do it with a 5-star, because otherwise we're never going to achieve our goal of that 4.7. This one is nice. Thank you. The only Seattle Sportscast I listen to. Salk is great. Insightful, self-deprecating, objective. I don't tune in to hear people tell me how great things are if they're not. Brock brings passion and competitive experience. They complement each other well. I especially love all the true journalists they speak with regularly. Shout out to Maura for the great production and reporting. But really, this is 5 stars is for Lyle. Keep doing what you're doing, dude. What, sleeping through the first hour? What? Huh? Were
Wait,
you guys
did you
talking to
add
me?
that last part, or is that part of the review?
No, I added the last part. That was me.
I haven't said anything yet to let people think I'm sleeping through this segment of the show.
It's big of you to create such a mystique that maybe that's not happening in the other room. This person's mad. Does anyone ever notice that they spend each day replaying interviews they had the previous days? Some of them are long and take up airtime. Weird. Salk is a pompous liberal who isn't original or smart enough to fill each day with original content. Advertisers are wasting their money with a top-rated show. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. Like, we occasionally will get some comments about that. And I guess I just say, look, radio research will basically show you that a lot of people, most people, listen for like 10 to 15 minutes a day. And we want to give people that didn't hear the best stuff from the day before a chance to hear it. So that's it. It's really just as simple as that. And oddly, as crazy as it sounds, it's been like one of our highest rated segments because it's good stuff. It's a place that you're guaranteed something that's good.
And it's 20 minutes of a 4-hour show.
Well,
we still talk plenty of fresh sports every day. But yeah, we get a lot of comments from people that are like, "Oh, I didn't hear this the day before. Thank you."
Right. Yeah, it's a pretty popular part of the show. So I appreciate I understand the frustration. And if you're somebody that listens to the full 4 hours every day, I apologize that that's a part of it. But you know, we're trying to do right by the most number of people out there. It's utilitarianism. And I'm sure the person who called me a dumb liberal knows exactly what that means.
It's kind of a compliment because they want more. I
appreciate that. That is nice. Yes, thank you. I don't know if that requires a 1-star review, though. Sheesh. And then this one, too. Salk is rude. I typically love the show, but listening to the callers call in, and one guy mentioned Williamson having a weak arm, and Salk cut him off and disconnected the call. It just seemed very condescending and rude. Damn right it was. Let people voice their opinions. He did. I'm not the guy who called, but man, it really bothered me. I don't agree with him either, but the way Salk treated him was very off-putting. You're soft. I don't know what to tell you. You're soft. Ava Empire 02. That's soft. Don't be soft. Come on now. This is sports radio. This isn't just sunshine, puppies, and kittens. Sports radio. I mean, you got to have a little something to it. We're not screaming at people every day, but you got to bring it with something. And Ben Williamson has a noodle arm is not it. That's not one that we're going to.
Well, and I think your main point was like they just killed the trade deadline, and that's what you want to talk about?
That too. Like that's just not relevant to most people. So we're trying to help you out. We're trying to do the best we can by you guys. So I go away for a couple days, and the Mariners are kind of doing what we thought they might do, right? This is kind of what we thought it would look like after the trade deadline. Start scoring a lot of runs. This lineup's really good. This is not like, I mean, again, those things where like, is that opinion? Is that fact? Is it somewhere in between? I don't know that you can, it can't be a fact yet. It's only been a couple weeks. But this new look lineup with Randy leading off and adding in Naylor and adding in Suarez, and honestly, what you've gotten from Canzone and Cole Young at the bottom of the lineup, and with JP down there, obviously has the walk-off the other day. That's a good lineup. Like there's just really no other conversation about it. And I go back to a lot of the things we were all, I think, rightfully concerned about at the beginning of this season, and a lot of them have just been taken care of. Remember we were worried about Polanco playing third base? Not a thing. Remember we were worried about second base, and is it going to be Ryan Bliss and Dylan Moore? Not a thing. Cole Young has solidified that. Right? Remember we were worried about first base and the platoon and what they're going to run out there? Not a thing. Remember we were worried about, well, I said Polanco, but also like then who's going to play third base? Not a thing. Remember we were worried about who's going to be the DH and Garver and this? Not a thing. Like so many of these questions have been answered along the way. I always go back to the thing Theo Epstein said. And by the way, maybe I fell into it too. As I said, if at the end of this year, Mariners make the playoffs, go far, and who the heck knows, I will be first in line to say to Jerry Dipoto, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. I got it wrong this offseason. And shame on me, because I should have remembered something that Theo Epstein told me in a group of people a long time ago, but it's always stuck with me, which is that you don't go into a season, any team, no matter how rich they are, you don't go into a season with every single thing locked. It's just not the reality of building a baseball team. You have to go into each season with some uncertainty. It doesn't mean you need uncertainty everywhere, but it's okay to have one or two positions or a spot or two here, roster spot there that are question marks. And maybe you are going to try a young person. Maybe you are going to give a shot to someone new. You do have to remember that baseball is incredibly unpredictable, even to the guys whose job it is to predict the game, the GMs. And so the Mariners did not start this year with a perfect roster. Right? I think we can all agree on that. Go back to the opening day roster and who was playing where. Whew, there were some pretty big question marks there. But fast forward a month, and then another month, and then another month, now another month, and now you're into August, and it does feel like they're better. Just a better lineup. People in the right spots. Everybody kind of finding the right spot for them. And now first base is taken care of. And now third base is taken care of. And now, honestly, second base is taken care of. And right field right now looks like it's taken care of. And all the while, you've got Julio and you've got Cal, who went insane. And you've got Randy Arozarena throughout the whole year, and his numbers have been tremendous. So I'm not just looking for, this isn't about what they did last night. It's not even just that they're now whatever they are. What are they since the trade deadline? 4-1? 5 games since the trade deadline? Does that sound right? They're 4-1, right? Came right before the Texas game, right? When you got Geno. And so you get, go 3 out of 4 and then win last night. So 4-1. And are you going to be surprised if they sweep the White Sox? I'm not. That team freaking stinks on ice. They're awful. They're awful. You know who else isn't that good? Anyone in the American League? I'm sorry. Texas is not good. They're not good. They're beating up on all these other bad teams. They're not a good team. Houston's not very good. The Yankees are in a free fall now. Guys, these teams are not very good. So, you just look around and I was certainly not high man on these Mariners to start the year. But I'm just looking at where they're at now and what we've seen now through 4 months of this season. Toronto has been the best team in the American League. Do you think Toronto's very good? I'm not saying they're a bad team, but is Toronto like, oh, boy, what are you going to do about Toronto? What happens if you have to face Toronto? Like, I don't feel that way. I don't feel that way at all. Texas Arms are good. I don't know, man. I just watched the Mariners beat the crap out of them. They look just fine. Yeah, they got some good arms, but they're also playing against all the other bad teams. I think the Mariners have played Texas as good as anybody. They played Houston great. I think they're much better than the Astros. What is it, 3.5 still?
It's 3, but I don't know how many more injuries the Astros can endure.
You play that team and you look at that lineup. They're not very good. Kudos to them. They've managed to play above their means. But, gosh, look at the Mariners' rotation. Look at the Mariners. I mean, we got a lot more to say, but I am pretty high on the way this team is playing some baseball right now and just sort of the way the whole thing looks. Yeah, it's there's a lot to like there. All right, let me take a break. We'll come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, and then the dreaded replay of Aaron Goldsmith, who I guess was awesome yesterday. It's coming up at 6:30. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, SeattleSports.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Who will make the biggest plays on offense this year?
I think the bigger plays in the pass game this year are going to be made by MVS. That he is going to be the sniper in this whole deal. Snipers, they aren't seen, but their impacts are big. But I'm talking about bombs. Throwing that thing deep over the top. I think MVS will and should be the leader when it comes to that.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Step back into automotive history at LeMay, America's Car Museum. The current exhibit, rare and luxurious, features 100 years of exceptional automobiles, including stunning classics to beauties worth millions. Feel the thrill of driving a Formula One car on the exhilarating racing simulators and lunch in the cafe. It's a must activity for out-of-town guests, friends, and families. Plan your visit at americascarmuseum.org. Open Thursday through Monday. Visit americascarmuseum.org today.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready. The James G. Murphy Auction Company presents one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the auction block, we've got 13 excavators, including a 2018 Komatsu PC-238 USLC-11, a 2015 Komatsu PC-138, and a CAT 308 mini excavator. Also up for auction, a 2020 Komatsu WA-270-8 wheel loader, a 2017 John Deere 317G skid steer, 2 backhoes, and 3 rollers. Looking for trucks? Choose from over 100 options, including a 2017 Kenworth T880 with a wet kit and 4 Vector trucks. And if you're in need of contractor's equipment, we've got a massive assortment for you to choose from. Bidding starts 10 a.m. Thursday the 7th and starts closing at 10 a.m. August 14th. And don't miss your chance to preview all items August 12th through the 13th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville location. For more information, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Pacific Power Batteries has been our family-owned and operated business since 1985 when my dad and I started selling batteries business to business to commercial fleets from a 1-ton panel van. Yep, delivering batteries. Since then, with our community's support, we've been able to sell online and open more retail stores selling batteries of all kinds. Today, my wife and son are directly involved in the business. At Pacific Power Batteries, we are proud to serve you, your folks, and your grandparents with batteries for darn near anything. So I want to say thank you for your business.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, this Mariner lineup is showing its teeth right now, beating up on the White Sox. Sure, easy pickings, but you're also seeing how good the lineup can be. 11 hits, 3 home runs, leading to an 8-run night. This one, quite a bit about the new guys.
Eugenio Suarez, the pitch on the way, swinging a drive, deep to right field, way back, and goodbye baseball into Edgar's Cantina, right above it. Right above the hand-operated scoreboard, there's number 1 for Gino in a Mariners uniform, number 37 on the year. That was a rocket, and it's now the Mariners 3 and the White Sox 1. How about that? Welcome home, Eugenio Suarez.
It is funny, though, how that's technically his first of the year in the American League, right? So when you're going for, like, home run champ stats, I don't think you get to add them. I think you have to be like, he had 36 and he has 1. So just a weird, like, sort of remnant of the whole AL-NL thing. In any event, nice night for him. Naylor had a home run as well. Those two guys, 3 for 6, 5 runs scored, 4 driven in, and they each stole a bag. What a night. The lineup is really just completely on fire right now.
You know, we made some changes in the lineup, and I think, you know, people are starting to settle into that role, to their roles there, and you know, I think they're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. We've swung the bat really well here at home, and you know, just starting to gel a little bit. I think, you know, obviously the pieces we've added, having those big bats in the lineup is huge, and you know, you see what they did tonight, being able to strike, you know, and Naylor continuing to he's a really smart, headsy player, able to be aggressive on the bases as well. So just creating a lot of things there. Yeah, I think, you know, we're starting to settle into what our offense can do, and the different pieces that we have. And, you know, that's something that we want to continue to do consistently throughout.
Well, I think we're starting to see it, and you see the power of it. Doesn't mean it's going to happen every night, and there'll be some swing and miss, sure. But, man, when it comes to life, they can really just take a team down. And that's what they did yesterday. By the way, Brian Wu goes 7 strong innings. Don't even really need to mention that. That's just kind of automatic at this point. Astros win. Rangers beat the Yankees. So the Mariners just keep putting themselves in a good position. They'll get back to it tonight. George Kirby and Jonathan Cannon in Game 2.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
So they're starting to get healthier, too. That's the other thing. I mean, you know, it doesn't mean that each person that returns is automatically going to step right in and take them to the next level, but they do have 3 or 4 names that are still injured that could start to help here in the near future. Let's start that with Victor Robles. Looks like he will start his rehab on August 12th, so less than a week from now. Victor Robles is going to be out there playing games in the minor leagues. Here's the plan from Justin Hollander.
So he'll be with Tacoma for the most part, I believe. We'll check the schedule and make sure that lines up, and I'm not just making stuff up, but I believe it's at Tacoma. And I believe the first couple days will be DH days, and then we'll mix in outfield work, build up the 9 innings with some DH days built in. Again, you probably got to get to 40, 50 plate appearances or at-bats just to kind of replicate spring training all over again.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to, I would think, need a significant amount of time down there. But, hey, good news, and that's that right-handed bat that you can bring in there and use for some defense late in games as well. He could be a part of this thing into September. Bryce Miller did great in his rehab start. That's going to continue. Luke Raley could start an assignment soon as well. And then even Ryan Bliss could start rehabbing in games in September. So maybe some options for the Mariners to get a little help down the stretch even after the trade deadline.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Mike McDonald returned to Seahawks practice yesterday. He missed a day for personal reasons. He's talking through what they're going to do with the starters on Thursday. You're going to see some, not much, especially the rookie starters, though. Guys who are in competition, the Gray Zabels of the world, I think will probably be in there a fair amount. Here's some of Mike talking about that.
It's not like, hey, we're taking the 22 guys that are penciled in with the ones and they're not playing. It's kind of selected guys. Where there's some position battles still going, we'll see it. If it's the younger guys, like Nick will get some good reps. You'll see Gray initially. Elijah, will play. So, all those young guys, they need experience and reps too.
They do. So, that'll be nice. At least we'll get to see some of that. I guess Pete Carroll was asked about this and said that he was going to be playing his starters, but that's not really what he said. People are going to have to learn how to parse Pete down there. So I'll play you that. Here's what Pete actually said about the whole thing. Hold on. Here you go.
You think you'll play your full set of starters on Thursday?
Everybody's alive. Everybody's ready to go.
Yeah, he didn't say he's playing them. He just said they're ready to be played.
Yeah, I saw everybody saying, oh, Pete said he's going to play his starters, and I went looking for the sound, and I was like, that's the sound?
Everybody's live, Maura.
Okay.
Everybody's live. Everybody's ready to go. Okay. But are they playing? We'll see about that. What else do we have? Olu was back, not practicing, but he was there. That's good news. He's got a back problem. Tyrese Knight, knee issue that's going to require some imaging. Shaquille Griffin returned after missing time. And Ken Walker practiced after sitting out a couple of days with some foot soreness. So there you go. That is everything you need to know, a quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right. So later today, we're going to talk to who do we have today? Oh, we're going to, what? This is so cool. I love this. Seth Wickersham going to join us. He has this book coming out in a couple of weeks all about quarterbacks, and he's done a ton of cool research for it. Seth's great. And he'll join us to talk through what I thought was a really cool piece from the book with Sean Payton and Bo Nix, but it really, it starts with them, but it's really about quarterbacks and that age-old impossible question of trying to figure out who's going to be a good quarterback one day. Who do you draft? And I don't know whether the Seahawks are going to be in that position soon or not, but I like the way he's researched it, and I like the way he thinks about the world. So looking forward to talking to Seth at 8:30. Today's mostly a baseball day, though. Outside of that, why? Because the Mariners are rolling again, and Aaron Goldsmith's got more next on Brock and Salk.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch to Cal, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here, and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
All right, let's talk through some Crawl Pros stuff, because we got a lot of houses in this area that have issues with insulation, right? Or maybe even don't have insulation. And when it gets hot, and I think, later this week, it's supposed to hit 90. If it gets hot like that, yeah, you need insulation. Otherwise, your whole house is just going to heat up, and you're if you've got AC, it may not work as well, and you're wasting a ton of money. If you don't have AC, your house is basically unlivable. Well, let Crawl Pros come in because they'll check the whole thing out. And if you need insulation repairs or installation, they can really help with that. There are tons of great rebates out there, including from Puget Sound Energy, because PSE customers whose home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to get that crawl space or attic properly insulated. Yeah, 95%. So don't wait. Call Crawl Pros, have them come out, check everything out, and then they'll tell you about what rebates you might be able to grab. If you're worried about water damage, mold, insulation, critters, issues, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
Planning a road trip? Plan a visit to your neighborhood Bucky's Complete Auto Repair for oil changes, brakes, AC repair, and factory maintenance. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit buckys.com.
You gotta love baseball season, but when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Rick Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. Summer is here and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I think the third time is going to be the charm, Goldie. Third time, we're not going to lose connection. Your phone's not going to drop, and Salk's not going to worry about you hanging up on me or anything like that. I think the third time is the charm. You feeling it this morning?
I don't like your tone that this is my fault all of a sudden.
No. It's a we. It's not a you. It's a we.
My phone's going to drop. Okay.
It's a we.
My phone, Brock, my phone didn't drop talking to anybody else over the last calendar year. Not one time. No. That's okay. That's all right.
No, I got it. No, it's a me problem. It's not, or it's a we. It's a we problem. It's just a connection kind of thing. Hey, Aaron Goldsmith, we love having you on, especially now, man. Right here in the midst of the final 49 games. I don't know how you look at a calendar, Goldie, all your years of doing this and just kind of your rhythm throughout a baseball season. But after an off day, we get to August, we're post-trade deadline. Does it start to feel a little more urgent? The light at the end of the tunnel start to show up and appear at all here in early August?
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, I think the way the baseball calendar is set up, it really, after you come out of the All-Star break, especially this year, it felt like the break was so late, so many games before the All-Star break. Once you come out of that week-long hibernation, it's pretty much pedal to the metal at that point for every team, especially with a deadline that approached so quickly after the All-Star break. So now that the Mariners now know what their team will look like for the rest of the season, I think it is the ultimate go time for the M's, especially where they are in the standings and trying to track down a really banged-up Astros team, obviously. So, yeah, it definitely feels like every game feels significantly more meaningful, even though we know it's not mathematically, but it feels like it is now compared to 2 months ago.
Aaron, I want to ask you about Eugenio Suarez, and I'll kind of relate the question to what I see every day out at Seahawks camp. And, you know, they bring in a veteran guy like DeMarcus Lawrence, who's been in the NFL for 11 years, and you see him pulling guys off to the side, giving them, tips on their pass rush technique and whatnot. As it relates to Suarez, what do you think he can bring to this team? I mean, we all know what he can do on the field. We've seen it. But what can he do in that clubhouse? Like, what can a veteran like that bring to the table?
Well, the thing that makes Gino's veteran presence so unique is that it's already familiar in Seattle and familiar with so many of those guys in that clubhouse. And there's not a period, I'm sure you guys can speak to this better than I can, there's not a period of kind of feeling it out and getting to know guys and seeing kind of what you have to offer from an emotional standpoint, a leadership standpoint that kind of works here and works with the staff and works with the players. And well, sure, there are some guys who are here now in that clubhouse who were not here the first go-around with Gino. I mean, by and large, it's the same cast of characters, same group of guys. And so for Gino, for him coming back, it's just an immediate fit. And it's an immediate plug and play and move-in ready, so to speak, for Eugenio Suarez. So there's not a single team in baseball that doesn't want that kind of guy in their clubhouse. And what makes it so unique is that the Mariners already know what that looks like and feels like with Gino, because they've not only have they lived through it, they've lived through it into October in a playoff push, just like what they're doing right now, getting into the postseason like they hope to do this season. Like they've been there and done that with this guy. And that part of him certainly has not changed. So it's so rare at the deadline for any team to find the absolute perfect guy, the guy who they can get, they can acquire, they have the capital to actually bring into their organization, who fits what they need, in this case, offensively in the lineup, at a position defensively that they can manage to put a new face in, and that has the makeup and the personality that just seamlessly integrates with their organization. And the Mariners did that. They found the perfect guy. And I don't know how many teams in baseball at the deadline can say that they've actually been able to do that.
You all know the voice of Aaron Goldsmith, the voice of the Seattle Mariners. What year is this for you, Goldie, here in Seattle?
13.
Wow. 13th year. Have you ever sat on August the 5th and felt like this Mariners big league club was as deep as it is today on August 5th?
Yeah, I don't think so. I assume you're talking about the lineup in particular. No, I think this is especially a top six, if you want to kind of focus in there, that it can really bang, man. Like that's a gauntlet of a top six. And we've seen what JP Crawford can do this year. Especially if he gets hot in the final couple of months or for part of the final couple of months, this could end up being arguably his best year. The only debate would be this year or 2 years ago for JP Crawford. And he's down there batting eighth on most days now, seventh or eighth. So I think you'd be hard pressed to find a deeper Mariners lineup in the last decade plus than what we're looking at right now for the Mariners. It's pretty remarkable, and I think the evidence of what it can do we saw on Sunday. Right, you have a top six that any one of them can hit it over the fence at any time, and that's exactly what the Mariners did. The game on Sunday was April baseball for the Mariners. It was draw a 2-out walk, hit a bomb. Draw a 2-out walk, hit a tank. And any one of those guys, especially in the top six, you can mark down as somebody who's a threat to leave the yard.
You know, we've had a lot of conversation with you over the course of the season, and I love listening to you and kind of the nuanced ways at times where maybe Dan made some decisions early in the year. They're like, that's outside the box just a little bit. Do you feel like through 100 and something games now that Dan also is settled into this role of knowing his team, knowing how he wants to play, knowing, in critical moments? And I can think really over the last month or so, a bunch of times managing the bullpen in a way where it's like, wow, like a blackjack hand. That worked, and that worked, and that kind of found a way to work. Do you feel like Dan is also settling in here as we get to the home drive of the season?
Yeah, for sure. And I think you would expect that to be the case, right? He's not a rookie manager. He did manage a couple of months last year, but it's a whole nother deal when you are doing the whole thing for the first time through. You're going through the off season, through spring training, all the meetings, all the planning, your first opening day. We all get the point. Add to that, I don't think there's a more difficult time to manage, especially a bullpen, than April and into May. You don't know who's hot. You don't know who's right. You're trying to kind of figure out, well, okay, this guy ended September last year as one of our best relievers. Is he starting this year as one of our best relievers? Munoz company aside. And so you're kind of having to manage through that and learn who's right, who's not, who needs to get back on track, and who's ready for a more leveraged situation right now. And then as the season settles in and as the duration of the year starts to kick in, all of a sudden now the length of the schedule starts to play out, and you're like, oh yeah, okay, this guy is back to what we think he should be. And also, just the in-game strategy of it, we saw Dan in the Reds series stands out, which was in maybe early to mid-May, so relatively early in the season. Dan was more reluctant to pinch hit early-ish in games, and by early-ish I mean more like 6th, 7th inning, when you had maybe a chance here to pop one over the fence and take the lead, or plug the gap and tie the game or take the lead. And he pretty quickly thereafter started going to his bench in those situations for pinch hit opportunities more aggressively. So he's kind of started to kind of feel his rhythm out and how he wants to game plan. So just like a young player, just like a Cole Young, as you see his growth from his call up until now, I think it's only right and fair to expect that the manager would be the same way. And it's not a surprise that that's exactly what's happened for Dan.
Let's talk about that bullpen that you just mentioned, Goldie. We heard from Jeff Passan that sounds like they made a pretty serious run at Joan Duran before the Phillies got him. What do you think about what they do have in their bullpen right now?
Yeah, I think for as much as the Mariners knocked it out of the park at the deadline, and it's tough to not give them an A for what they did, I don't think there's any doubt that the Mariners would have loved to have had another high leverage reliever, whether that's Munoz 2.0 or Brash 2.0, right? More of an eighth inning guy. But we have seen the fruits already of having a second lefty in Caleb Ferguson. You know, the Mariners are in a spot where can they find a way to get Carlos Vargas back to the Carlos Vargas we saw in, I don't know what that was, back half of May, June, somewhere along that line. Because if you can find yourself with more than 4 guys that you really trust in a high leverage spot. And to Vargas' credit, by the way, I know he gave up the run on Sunday, but he worked multiple really big innings for the Mariners and kept it close, and it was able to bridge the gap to Munoz on a day where the Mariners were down 3 key relievers. But if you can have Munoz and Brash as your automatic back end, you know that you have Spire, who you can face righties with, but he's obviously a death march for a lefty, right? Bizzardo has kind of taken over into a leverage position for the Mariners these days, which has been nice to see. He is really, speaking of growth, I mean, he has grown a ton since the beginning of the season. Yeah. It's been pretty amazing. And that's what you need, right? You need a guy like that to pop. If you can find a way to kind of get Vargas back into that fold where you can have him pitching leverage innings in the 7th, if need be, the Mariners can have, you know, a back 4 plus Ferguson who you can match up with a lefty and save Spire for a 7th inning lefty or an 8th inning lefty, as opposed to having to burn Spire in the 6th, right? I mean, that's why Ferguson's addition is so big for the Mariners.
What does an August off day for Goldie look like compared to an April or May off day? And maybe not just for Goldie. What about Gary? What about Ricky? What about the Mariners guys? Titus asked me that yesterday. He's like, what do the guys do on an August off day?
Gary is enjoying the clouds at Cannon Beach right now. So Gary's got a little time off, a little August time off. He's got 4 days off now with the update yesterday. So forget that guy. Yesterday should have been a paddleboard day, but I did not time up our 90 minutes of sunlight to get that perfect. So I hung out a little bit with Hyphen yesterday. He had the Brian Wu pitching camp in Bellevue. So I took my oldest over there. So my 10-year-old's now throwing 96 with a low slot, which is pretty sick.
Love that.
Love it. Thank you, Hyphen. Thank you, Brian Wu, as well. No Costco yesterday. Cleaned the garage a little bit. Okay. Mowed the yard. Did a double mow in the backyard. It was so long from the baseball schedule making me ignore it, so I had to mow it once, then drop the deck and mow it twice. I don't know who else has been there this summer. Yeah, boy. So lawn's looking amazing.
So you're telling me that Hyphen on Brian Wu's off day before he's going to start pulls Wu out to his camp? How selfish of Hyphen to do? Like, take care of your camp yourself. Let Wu have an off day before he's got to go take the ball today. What's up with that?
You know, I was thinking, I was like, man, Brian's got to be a little tired, right? 17 in a row, and then you're coming out here. And then I thought, I remember we had a shot of the dugout on Sunday, and Brian was just like chilling with his sunglasses on, spitting seeds.
True.
Like, maybe Brian's okay.
Yeah,
you know?
A little different for pitchers. Yeah, probably.
Maybe Brian's okay. You know. So
hey, one thing I love, and Aaron Goldsmith here with us for a few more minutes. One thing I love about you is digging into the numbers the way that you guys all do. You and Rick and Gary, the whole crew do an awesome job with that. Is you've dug into the numbers. Can you help me understand in any way? And maybe it's just baseball, Goldie, but can you help me understand how and why this club has been so good against winning teams, dominant pitchers, ace pitchers, and then I think finds itself right about 500 against these sub 500 teams, beginning with the White Sox tonight. Can you make any sense of that at all?
No, I cannot. Yeah. And I don't think there's a set of numbers that can explain that. And it might just be, I learned a long time ago that sometimes in baseball, things just are what they are, and there's not a reason for it. Like it's because we have so many ways to quantify things in this game, we often try to search every nook and cranny to explain a reason for why. Yep. And I've looked really dumb over the years trying to present a case for something that just is, and there isn't evidence for a reason why. Maybe it's a psychological thing, maybe it's not. Like maybe it just is what it is. And I mean, the glass half full is the Mariners have played really well against winning teams, obviously. And I mean, I would answer your question with a question of last year. Like, why did the Mariners, do you remember this stretch of time for the M's where they would get shut out or held to a run for 7 innings? And then when Ryan Presley and Josh Hader would pitch, they'd score 3 runs and win the game.
Right.
Like, right. I don't know. The Mariners for a long stretch last year were the worst team in baseball, like the worst by average on base slug in low leverage situations, and were the best team. I mean, the best team in high leverage situations. And I don't know. I don't know if you can explain it. It just is.
So as much as we know Gino, and to your answer earlier with Brady about, you know, the neat thing here is, hey man, there is tremendous familiarity. We are all learning Josh Naylor, and the Mariners competed against him. The guys know him. Certainly guys on the field have grinded against him through the minors and into the majors and everything else. What are you getting to know about that new addition at first base?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we've had a chance to talk with him twice. He's held 2 media sessions, one when he first arrived and the other before his home debut on this homestand. And it's really interesting talking to him because we all know how he comes across of just like stone cold killer, man. Like no emotion, no smile, just staring through you, daggers. Just, I want to win. I want to eat you for lunch type of guy. And then when you start asking him some questions, he is remarkably thoughtful, and yet kind of like our last discussion here, if he doesn't have an answer for something, he'll just tell you. Like, he's not going to try to make something up to try to make himself sound smart. Like, there is a lot of Zach Greinke to him. Like, I asked him before his home debut, I said, have you ever, in this brief period of time, a week with the ball club, even as an established veteran who's had great success in this game, have you found yourself yet maybe trying to extend too much, do too much, swing too hard? Because, like, you know the stakes here. You know that they went out and got you for a reason. Like, have you found yourself feeling that way at all? And he said, no, I know that if I do good, then that's great. And if I do bad, then I'll just come back tomorrow and try to do good again. That was it. That was the answer. Yep. And it's like, yeah, I get it. I get that, man. Like, you've had 1 million at-bats in the big leagues, and you know the luck, the circumstance of each one of them, right? And like, you're going to ground out, you're going to pop up, you're going to fly out to the warning track, and you're also going to hit home runs, and it's all part of the bag. And you just got to wake up tomorrow and do it again. So he's a remarkably thoughtful player. And when we heard Mark Kotze talk about this, we heard Dan Wilson talk about this. We heard the Mariners in their scouting of him and talking to other people around baseball. They all have said the same thing. They've all said really smart player. And he comes across that way, both when you talk to him and also when you watch him play.
You know what? I love that, too, about these additions, because Gino's, right, the fun-loving, good vibes, everybody loves him. And then, you know what? A little fun, healthy, not even friction, but just like intensity. Just the yin and the yang between the first and the third. And, oh, gosh, it's just, I think, a tremendous mix. Hey, last couple minutes here. Just how do you – and I know baseball always has a way of just working itself out. But how do you see this working with Bryce Miller? Had an unbelievable outing, as Passan said, touched 98 down in Tacoma over the weekend, threw just strike after strike after strike. He said he felt great afterwards. How can you kind of lay out his return in the next, week? Do you have any rumblings about that at all?
Well, there's no doubt that, the Mariners will insert him back into the rotation as soon as possible, right? Mm-hmm. This was a guy who was one of truly the most dominant starting pitchers in the second half of last season, and not just the second half. He was just one of the best starting pitchers in baseball last year. The question will be, like, how does it feel, right? Mm-hmm. How does your elbow feel? Is the pain gone enough? Do you have life on the ball? Do you have command of the ball? Do you look like Bryce Miller again? So it's like, what does it look like, and how does it feel? Those are the questions, right?
You would expect him back before Robles, right? Robles still 100%. Weeks away? Yeah.
Yeah, Robles is, from from all estimation, and understandably so, I think the Mariners are kind of hesitant to put an exact day and hour on it, but like September. Yeah. Could that be September 1st? Could it be September 30th? I don't know, but September, somewhere in between, more than likely. But for Bryce, like everything that they will do to make him a starting pitcher again this season, they will do. If that can't happen for any of the reasons we just described, how it looks or how it feels, and trying to go 5, 6, 7 innings isn't in the cards, my guess would be he'd be a pretty darn good reliever for an inning.
Yes.
A couple of times a week, and that makes your bullpen better. So their number one goal is how can we have Bryce Miller impact a Mariners game? Preferably, strongly prefer that to be in the rotation. And if not, can we make that work for a month and change, almost 2 months out of the bullpen? But it'll be the priority is without a doubt to get him back in the starting mix.
You want a quick little story for the final minute here? As you were,
do you have a quick story?
Most of them are long, you know that, but I think I think I could do it in a minute. You were talking about Naylor and asking him questions, and when he doesn't want to give you or he doesn't have anything, it's just like, sorry, like, nope, that's it, and no soup for you, right? So this last year we did the Huskies, and Benetti, super creative guy, trying to, and this was late in the year versus Iowa, and he's trying to get Steve Belichick, who really does not like to talk at all. His father, Bill, talks zero. Steve talks less than zero. And he really thought he had a good angle to talk about lacrosse because Steve was a great lacrosse player. And he literally were in the meeting in Iowa City, sitting across the table, and Benetti just in his beautiful way trying to tee it up and set it up just like you do with amazing voice. And, you play lacrosse. So which of the Husky defenders would be great lacrosse players? And Belichick just looked at him like, boo? Well, like just your safety or your corner and just the reflexes. If you had to take one of your guys to play, and literally it was like caveman, like it just would not, and just absolutely no go. There is no chance, no way, no how you're going to shape the question in any way to get any kind of answer from Mr. Belichick. And Naylor's not quite that way, but he got nothing for you. You got nothing for you, right?
Yeah, he'll just tell you, which is a beautiful thing.
It sure
But
is.
then on the same token, I asked him about why he's getting on base more this year and slugging less, and he gave me a 5-minute answer about how Chase Field plays, and he found that he could swing at certain pitches in certain locations and work them for doubles instead of home runs. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It's
a nuanced part of this game, right? It's so
great
fun.
Conversation to have.
So fun. So are you. And by the way, I'm so glad our end held up to your end this time.
Hey, I'm right there. I think some Lyle Mora magic made this happen, Brock.
I think it portends to some good things down the stretch here, Goldie.
Okay, let's do it again, Brock. Let's go, Brock. Let's go, Brock.
Okay, there he is. Aaron Goldsmith, save those vocal cords. You're going to need them for some home run calls, hopefully, tonight, Goldie. We appreciate you. Love it every time you pop on with us, man. Thank you so much.
Hey, great talking to you guys. We'll see you.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you guys got a little excitable Brock over the last couple of days. I'm so sorry. I do feel bad. I know we get text messages from people saying, Salk, you take so many vacation days, this and that. But I do understand. When I hear Brock leading the show, I get it. Like, I totally understand. You get, you just need somebody to keep him mellowed out. I'm not saying he's bad at leading the show and, the technical part of it. It's just he gets so excited when I'm not here.
Yeah, no, he felt, it felt like he's getting more comfortable.
So much yelling.
He did well last.
Why is he yelling so much?
Yeah, he does. I think Goldie just brings that out in him.
That's true. That's fair. All right. Well, Brock's going to be in next, and we'll reconnect over the next 3 hours. I did see something more. You sent this over last night, and I got in late on a plane, this and that, so I didn't have a ton of time to look through this, but I'll admit this kind of pissed me off. It's next on Brock and Salk.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch to Cal, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
With over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
limited availability, service in select locations only.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Rare and luxurious 100 years of exceptional automobiles is currently on display at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Feel the thrill of racing simulators. It's excitement for all, and out-of-town visitors will love it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! All right, don't worry, buddy. I'm here to hold your hand for the next 3 hours. I know how much that's important to you.
Goodness gracious.
Did you miss me?
I was thinking about it.
Yeah.
I was thinking about what the last 2 days were like.
You missed
on
me.
my way to getting coffee. I did miss you.
I know.
And they were very much like this last flight I was on. Not out of SeaTac. This is not ripping SeaTac. This was out of LAX. And it was like, okay, take this flight. And all's going well. We're going to be early. Great. Look at this. We're going to be early. And then we landed. And bam! Just hit the runway as hard as you can hit the runway. Like, oh, gosh. Right? And that's kind of what the last 2 days were like, we're good. We're planning. We got some stuff. We got passing on a Monday. And then all of a sudden, yep, here we go. And you know what? The inevitable, you're on the taxiway. What happens when you're early? The inevitable pilot comes on. Want to let you know that there's another plane at the gate. So we're going to be sitting here for a while. And then you're like, well, and you start to hear the grumbling. Then why does it even matter if we're early? Right? So that's kind of then what the next day and a half kind of went. And then we get to the gate. And, of course, we've got a dysfunctional gate operator 2 or 3 times. They're trying to get the thing to the door. It's just, you know, I got Lyle openly yawning on me. I got Maura on air yelling at me because I'm throwing the wrong clips. I'm screwing things up. I'm not supposed to be the pilot.
No, you're not.
I'm not.
No.
So
no,
I understand
let's
my
get
role.
you back in that co-pilot's chair.
Know
See if we can...
your
Sorry.
role.
I apologize for yelling at you, Brock. Things were stressful without you.
Brock said it was his fault. He said he messed something up. I believe.
No,
you know.
he didn't mess up. There was a lot.
Okay.
But
chaos.
they took a really long time to get to something, so I thought they weren't going to get to it, and I tried to do something else.
There was utter chaos. It was utter chaos.
Do I need to play marriage counselor for you two? Are you two guys okay?
No, we're good.
After I was gone, Brock.
No, we're fine. It was a whole operation. It was just chaos.
Okay.
We just needed you back.
All right. Well, it's good to be back. Lyle's been sleeping through this whole conversation. Don't worry about it. He's got nothing to add here.
Nope.
I think I see the. Oh, there he is. There's the eyes. They kind of blinked at me for a moment. I will admit, I got a little annoyed when I saw the thing that Morris sent over last night. This kind of got me a little bit.
Did it?
Yeah, it did. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Because this kind of made me a little mad. So. And it shouldn't. Like, I grant that this is as meaningless as it gets. But I saw it and was just like, you got to be kidding me. ESPN Baseball Stock Watch. MLB Stock Watch. Whose stock is up? Whose stock is down? Like, this is not a big deal. They put the Mariners 12th. Fine, I don't really care where they're ranked. Win average, in the playoffs, chances. You know how I feel about all those things. Dumb. Yep. Okay, whatever. Lingering concern. This got me. Lingering concern. Offensive regression.
You're not a big linger guy.
Well,
I mean, that's
it's
the
not
one thing
that.
in your.
That's not
no,
it.
It's the one thing in your life. You're on or off.
Like
you
the
don't
cranberries.
linger.
You have to let it linger.
You either are napping or you're on.
No, that's not it. That's not the problem. Getting Cal Raleigh and Eugenio Suarez back in the same lineup is a coup, and there's no doubt the Mariners' offensive profile has improved. But it's highly unlikely that what we'll see from Raleigh and Suarez over the rest of the season will match what they've done to this point. Dude, come on.
Right.
That's not fair. So essentially, there's no win. If you go out and get a bunch of heels, they're like, well, they didn't really do much at the deadline, so the offense is still a problem. But if you go out and get good people at the deadline who are having good years, the answer is, well, they're probably not going to be as good.
Not going to sustain.
Like,
so
what were they supposed to do?
Can't win with them.
Well, they didn't get Barry Bonds from 2004, so I guess they stink. Look, I'm not saying the Mariners are perfect, but that's dumb. That's unfair. And regression is a real thing. I'm not saying they're even necessarily wrong. Yes. And we can talk through some of the Cal stuff, right? And some of the concerns about how long and how much he's playing. And does that start to be a problem? Yes, real concern. Do I think Eugenio is going to match his 36 home run? I'm not saying that. Yes, they could both regress. Of course, it's baseball. Regression to the mean, both positively and negatively, is part of the game. But that's your thought on the post-trade deadline Mariners? Well, those guys aren't going to be as good as they were, so I don't know. Like, dude, come on. This lineup right now is nasty. It is essentially, when it goes the way it has over the last few days, 8-9 deep. It is coming at you non-stop. I mean, Randy I love the way they've redesigned it. I mean, I talked about that on Friday.
You do like Randy at the leadoff?
Yes, really? I love it. I love Randy leading off. I love the speed, power, on-base threat. I love Cal hitting after him. I love Julio there. I like then sort of restarting it again with on-base percentage with Naylor, and then Gino, and then Polanco gets bumped down to 6. You take all the pressure off of Canzone and JP and Cole Young and allow them to thrive with the heart of the order coming back around after them. I like everything about it. I think it's the best. I said it on Friday. It's the best Mariner lineup I've seen in my time in Seattle. And when we went through the numbers in terms of their OPS, it's the best Mariner lineup ever. OPS plus. So it's kind of relative to the league, the ballpark, right? Because you got to factor in the Kingdome versus this. But relative to all those things, this is the best Mariner lineup of all time. And the takeaway is, well, some of those guys are going to regress. Like, come on, spare me with that. You can miss me with that one, man. And it's and even more so as they go out and calmly throw an 8 spot on Chicago like it was nothing. It wasn't even impressive last night. They're like,
to be fair, as you said, they will regress. But this is why you added not just Naylor. This is why you added both. This is why you added volume. This is why I think you look back and you called up Cole Young when you did. Right? Because, well, we need to get him 100 games, right? We need to get him. I don't want to call him up in July. He's showing us he's ready to go. Let's call him up, first 20 games or so. Like a lot of rookies are a little rough. The last, whatever it's been, 80, just been phenomenal. He's been phenomenal at the bottom of the lineup. And you could hear it with Buhner last night, right? Buhner doesn't really fake the funk on the nasty dunk. He basically said what you just said. Yeah, this is scary. I mean, this is scary. And remember that Texas team, and they didn't put 8 spots up there and crooked number after crooked number, and they were not great with runners in scoring position. But that was a Texas team that was elite pitching. That was Jacob deGrom. That was a group.
Didn't feel that way, did it?
No, it did not.
I mean, I'm sorry. You know how I feel. I don't think Texas is very good. I don't think Houston's very good. I don't think the Yankees are very good.
I'll tell you who's really good. If you during the break, go look at Evaldi's numbers. Holy smokes. As amazing as Wu has been and, as remarkable this run that he is on.
Evaldi's been really good last couple of years.
I mean, I'm talking like a 1.38 ERA this year.
Yeah.
1.28. I mean, it's absurd. It's absurd. But you made that whole crew look normal. You humiliated, Chicago last night. You've got the opportunity over the rest of this long homestand, your longest of the season, right, to really do some damage and then to go to Baltimore, who's depleted, who's sold. Like, yeah, man, this is what Jeff Passan said. This is what Goldie said. This is the deepest group that you've had to make this arduous final 48 games.
It's not even just the depth. It's just a good lineup. It's just flat out. This is a good lineup.
Can I tell you one other thing I really like too?
Remarkable.
Do you know where this team is in all of baseball in stealing bases? I know Lyle is infatuated with Josh Naylor's stolen bases, and how can you not be? Angie is infatuated with Naylor's ability to steal bases. He's got more stolen bases since he's been traded than anybody in baseball. Yes, he's gonna have 20 stolen bags this year. He's Jermaine Wiggins, who I played with. He's Jermaine Wiggins. He absolutely is. Do you know where the Mariners rank in
kind of built
stolen
like
bases?
Jermaine Wiggins.
He's totally built like him. You know where the Mariners rank in stolen bases in all of baseball now?
Fourth. Yeah, fourth.
And a couple teams ahead of them are also playoff teams playing really good ball that are really aggressive.
Yeah, I like that element of it. And I know that's something they've wanted to do for a number of years now. They just haven't necessarily had the
Randy
roster
can
to
steal,
do it.
Kyle can steal, Julio can steal, Naylor can steal. They can all steal.
Well, and then last night you get one from Gino, and occasionally you'll get one from Polanco. Like, I think that's one of the things that's added to it. It's not just the fast guys. The other guys are finding ways to pitch in. Canzone will steal a bag now, and they're just being aggressive that way.
Let me give you credit. I mean, you saw this day one. You saw this before anybody else saw it.
Me?
Let me give you.
What
the pilot saw it. Yeah, the pilot saw it before everybody else saw it.
I did.
You saw Eric Young Jr. getting in his track stance before anybody else saw it. That guy's got to be the greatest first base coach in the history of baseball.
Yeah.
To get all of the there's a little hyperbole there because this is the mindset. This is who they want to be. And that dude must be, honestly, good at his job and the belief that they've created it and the pressure that creates. Anytime someone's on first, like, crap, like a Little League game, they're going to get to second. Yeah, they get on first, they're going to get to second, and they're going to be in scoring position to put up more and more of these.
If you want to talk about regression on the Mariners, maybe Josh Naylor's stolen base pace might be the thing to worry about in terms of regression before you start focusing on the home runs from Cal and Gino. But, hey, heck of a job by these Mariners, heck of a job at the trade deadline. I love the lineup redesign. I think they renovated that sucker the perfect way. I love it. I love the way I did not think it was going to happen. They've been pretty, I don't want to say stubborn. It's been more consistent about where they want everybody in this lineup. But I think it's been exactly the right thing to kind of get some of these guys going, unlock some of the potential, and, put some guys at the top of the lineup who really need those at-bats. So kudos to the Mariners. Look really good right now. We got 2 more to watch here against Chicago, and we'll be right back with everything you need to know next.
As the calendar flips to August, it's all about the push to the playoffs.
Pitch on the way, swinging a drive, deep to right field, right above the hand-operated scoreboard. There's number 1 for Gino in a Mariners uniform.
Tonight, Mariners, White Sox.
First pitch at 6:40, pregame at 5:30.
Every pitch of every game is on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Crazy talking to some friends whose kids are already going back to school in other parts of the country, but we still got a lot of summer left here in Seattle. So you're busy, right, with camps and kids and running around and vacations and all that. So don't let that be an excuse. I know you're busy, but it's a really good time to start Eastside Weight Loss Clinic and start losing that weight. You're going to be subtracting a lot of weight. I did it. I lost 35 pounds. Ryan Roland Smith dropped 30. Listeners we've heard, one guy recently texted in down 42 pounds and still on the way. Yeah, summer is a good time to do it, and especially now as we're starting to get closer to fall and the beginning of the school year and all that. Don't you want more energy? Don't you want to lose weight without feeling hungry? Don't you want to lose weight while eating good food that tastes great recipes, and it's all real food that you buy at the grocery store? Schedule that 15 minutes with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic right now. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Immaculate greens, unrivaled natural beauty, championship caliber conditions. Loomis Trail is the epitome of Northwest golf. With water in play on nearly every hole and tree-lined fairways, Loomis Trail provides a fantastic golf experience for those that want a challenge and those looking for a fun getaway. What round are you up for? Tee times available online at golfloomis.com. Start planning your perfect golf getaway today.
Hey golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BlowingClassic.com for more.
Hey, it's Brock Hewitt here, and you got to take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. It could save you a lot of money and get your family better coverage. First Mark has saved my family thousands of dollars every year. Take the First Mark Challenge. It's totally free. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
The home of the Mariners, is Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Are you finding it hard to stay cool in your home during hot weather? The issue is likely your window's poor quality and lack of heat deflecting technology. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards and come with high-performance Sun Matrix glass, which can help keep the summer heat out. Combined with our Leak Armor installation, your comfort will be secured for a lifetime. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, this Mariner team, Brock, as we said, is really showing its teeth right now. They've been beating up on the White Sox last night. Fine, that's easy pickings. But overall, I mean, you can just see how good the lineup can be. 11 hits last night, 3 home runs, an 8-run night. The new guys really doing a lot of the damage.
Pitch on the way, swinging a well-hit ball deep to right field. This one is going. Goodbye, baseball. Josh Naylor with a home run. His 13th of the season, second as a Seattle Mariner. The Mariners add 2 more here in the bottom of the 7th inning, and it's now the Mariners 8 and the White Sox 1. Another home run for the Mariners, their 3rd of the night.
Yeah, Gino had his first as well. Naylor had that one. So those two guys, 3 for 6 with 5 runs scored and 4 driven in. Just the two of them. And they each stole a base. Of course they did. And Canzone had a nice night, and Cole Young had a nice night, and Polanco had a nice night. Man, they just keep coming at you. As Gino knows, it's a team that now has a really good lineup.
I think obviously when you see our lineup is very deep. We got a chance to win game when we're on the lineup. We got a chance to have a really good games and really good at bat. I don't think we got to change anything. We just got to continue to play how we've been playing and do our best in the field, try to win games, not like I always say, not try to be a hero or whatever like that. Just do your best and put everything together on the field, try to win games.
And then throw in Brian Wu last night.
Mm-hmm.
That was just said, I'm coming right at you. Here it is, like a QB pointing to a D line, like we're going to run the ball right here. All right, we're going to run it right here. Try to stop it, and you can't stop it. 67% four-seam fastball last night. Right? 2 hits allowed over 7 innings, no walks, 9 Ks. You look at his whip this morning, by the way.
That team's, that's a bad team, right? That's barely a major league roster.
I think they were 10-5 since the All-Star break coming in. They are a bad team. They do have a few guys. Sosa's got a little pop, and we know Robert, obviously, took one deep later.
But you got to but I guess what I mean is that is why you go right at them, right?
Yes.
You don't need to mess around with that team because then you can get yourself in trouble. Just do the easiest thing possible until they show they can beat it.
Brian Wu, 140 innings pitched now, 0.94 whip.
Wow.
140 innings. Continues a marvelous streak of 6+ every single time out. Yeah, and that combo last night, pretty lethal to the boys from South Chicago.
Astros win. Rangers beat the Yankees, so kind of a mixed bag there. Mariners keep putting themselves in a very good position. Back at it tonight. George Kirby, Jonathan Cannon, Game 2 with the White Sox.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
So Mariners are starting to get a little healthier, too, and will, I guess, over the last 2 months of this season. Let's see. Bryce Miller had a really good rehab start. Here's Justin Hollander with more.
Yeah, he told me that is the best he's felt all year, including spring training. From day one of spring to today, he said that outing was the most like last year he's felt, and it looked like it. He was awesome.
Yeah, so that's really good news. Now, I know you guys talked to Aaron Goldsmith yesterday, and there is no exact obvious way for this to work. They would like for him, I'm sure, to be a starter when he returns, if and when. But there is an argument to be made.
2 more rehab starts. You got 2 more rehab starts, so that'll be 10 more games for the Mariners left. 38 games left at that point. Baseball is a way of working out. Emerson has not been good in Tacoma. Logan Evans going to be right, probably from an inning standpoint, where you want him to be to kind of chill him out a little bit and give Bryce at that point 38, give him 5 or 7 starts. Yeah.
But there's also a pretty reasonable argument to be made that if he's still having trouble later in games, you just use him to blow people away for a couple of innings, and there might be some real value there. Obviously, you got to figure out whether or not his arm can handle that. There's other health concerns. Victor Robles is going to start his rehab less than a week from now. August 12th will be his day to start playing in games for Tacoma. Luke Raley could start a rehab assignment soon. And actually, Ryan Bliss probably in September. So some names that maybe you haven't thought about in a while, maybe some that you have, getting a little closer to being able to help this team down the stretch or perhaps into the postseason.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Meanwhile, the Seahawks are getting ready to play an actual preseason game tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? You know who's coming back for this game?
Salk, it's the day before. It's not even the day before the day before.
Right.
We're the day before this sucker tomorrow. Do I know who's coming back to this thing?
Do you? Do you know? Do you
in
know
those
who's
Nike
coming back?
In those Nike Monarchs.
It's the only game we got. Happens to be in Seattle. You know, I loved my time in Seattle and love the fans and the people that we met and dealt with and competed with. But it's a game for us. We can go play ball. I have not heard anything about what you just talked about. I don't know what you're talking about tributes or whatever.
You know what he pulled there a little bit? And I tweeted this, and I'm going to stand by this, and I'll die on this hill. I'll fight anybody over this. Top Gun Maverick is the greatest movie to watch on an airplane. If you got a 2-hour flight.
I've heard you say that.
If you're flying from, I just tweeted the other day. If you're flying from Seattle to LA, not a better movie you could possibly watch than Top Gun Maverick. And what does Top Gun, what does Mav say twice in that movie? Well, this is the only face I got. Pete right there channeling. Hey, man, it's the only game we got. Let's go play. Everybody's up. We're on fire.
A very strange way of looking at the world. I got to tell you, I miss it after 4 or 5 days away.
I do
kind of forget about some of the way you look at the world and the way it's different from me.
You just sleep on the plane. That's how it's very different.
Darn right. It's the best way to be in a plane. Doesn't matter where you are, how long you're going.
You have an amazing gift in that way.
It's hard though. I was getting in late last night, so you can't sleep the whole time. Hard for me to keep those eyes open on that plane, especially during takeoff.
Were you reading that whole Wickersham article from Boston to Seattle?
It took me the whole time.
Because it took me a long time to read that excerpt. Really good.
Took me the whole 5.5-hour flight. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Pete sort of said he was going to play his starters, but then it just turns out that the Vegas people don't really know how to parse Pete yet.
You think you'll play your full set of starters on Thursday?
Everybody's alive. Everybody's ready to go.
Did he say live or alive?
I think alive.
Everybody's alive? Well, yeah.
I'm still alive. Hey,
he said live, right? Just L-I-V-E?
I'm still alive.
I believe the quotes that were floating around yesterday just said live. Yeah.
I don't know.
You think you'll play your full set of starters on Thursday?
Everybody's alive. Everybody's ready to go.
God, it's really in between.
Like Yellow Ledbetter, I hear alive. Like Pearl Jam. I think he's channeling Pearl Jam. He knows where he's coming back to, Salk.
My God.
So,
is this what happens when I go away? Do you do this the whole show?
No, just to annoy you a little bit. Did you tell everybody, by the way, Seth Wickersham is coming on?
I did say that. Yeah, I like Seth Wickersham. Like, I think he does a really good job. I thought the article was really cool, and this book's going to be great when it comes out in a couple of weeks. So yeah, we'll talk to Seth coming up an hour from now. Brock, I'll give you some credit since I've been making fun of you for the last half hour. You got like 4 or 5 Mariner quick hit conversations, and we'll see if we can get through as many of them as possible. I don't want to say good, bad, and ugly, but there's like a couple of question marks in here, and then some real fun stuff as well. So stick around. We'll do it next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and seattlesports.com.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Yeah, guys, now's the time. Mike Salk here, and we do talk about it throughout the year, but roofing season really is upon us, right? Why? For the most part, long, dry days. I know today's not quite that, but it's going to get right back to the nice, beautiful summer weather. Roofing crews can work sun up to sundown. They're cranking out projects all over the region, and obviously Riverside Roofing is leading the charge. They are in Marysville, but they serve the entirety of Western Washington, doing amazing work. Earn my recommendation, industry awards like GAF Master Elite President's Club. That's a status that fewer than 1% of roofing companies in the whole country actually can achieve. Get a roofing quote in less than 60 seconds. Use Quick Quote. It's right on riversideroofingllc.com. It's going to pop up as soon as you go to their website. And then during and after that roofing job, you can get a yard and expect a yard, then driveway that are totally clean and clear of any debris. Beyond the accolades is a family company from right here in Marysville, built upon those important local values like trust. That's why I always say it, Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Hey, are aches, injuries, or everyday pain slowing you down? Well, it is time to move better, feel stronger, and get back to doing what you love. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is now accepting new patients, and no referral is needed. Their expert team offers personalized hands-on care to help you recover faster and stay pain-free longer. Shannon, what is it like to see new patients walk through your doors?
Brock, it's wonderful. You know why? It's because it's an opportunity for us at IRG to make a difference in someone's lives. It's so important that when people come in, they experience engagement, coaching, teaching. We build relationships with our patients, and we want to make it easy. We all know that healthcare has a lot of what I call minutia in it. We have a concierge call center. When you call, we're going to check your authorization, verification, certification, justification. We're going to find out everything we need to know about your insurance, and we're going to make it easy for you because we want you focusing on getting better.
And all you got to do is head over to irgpt.com to find the clinic nearest you. irgpt.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready. The James G. Murphy Auction Company presents one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the auction block, we've got 13 excavators, including a 2018 Komatsu PC 238 USLC-11, a 2015 Komatsu PC 138, and a CAT 308 mini excavator. Also up for auction, a 2020 Komatsu WA 270-8 wheel loader, a 2017 John Deere 317G skid steer, 2 backhoes, and 3 rollers. Looking for trucks? Choose from over 100 options, including a 2017 Kenworth T880 with a wet kit and 4 Vector trucks. And if you're in need of contractor's equipment, we've got a massive assortment for you to choose from. Bidding starts 10 a.m. Thursday the 7th and starts closing at 10 a.m. August 14th. And don't miss your chance to preview all items August 12th through the 13th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville location. For more information, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these 3 books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, yeah. What's up, dude? Why are you laughing at me?
G.
Oh, G? You can laugh at G all day.
You a G.
G's a character, man. He really is. He is a straight-up character. All right. I don't want to talk about G. We'll deal with him on Friday when he comes in to annoy us then. I got too many good Mariner questions. Brock, I love this group of questions you sent over yesterday. And I did spend some time thinking about them, which is great. I had some time to kind of focus on them. And I think they're helpful. They're instructive is one of your words, right? And they're pretty instructive as to what kind of team we're watching here down the stretch. So let me run through a few of these. Who does Eugenio Suarez help the most? Great question. Great question.
I got 3. I got a gold, a silver, and a bronze. I didn't give you any of my answers, and these were things that you kind of, I think we're on your flight, and you're like, hey, talk to me about Goldie and Passan and the Mariners, just stuff when you've been as busy as you have. What are some things? And I didn't get to some of this with those guys because I think we're, especially in Passan's case, we're even closer to some of the personalities in the clubhouse.
Right.
So kind of curious I've got 3, but curious how you answer this.
Well, it's interesting. We got a text earlier from somebody talking about how Scott's got to be so mad that all this is going on and Gino's back. And I ran into somebody last night, a Mariner executive who was like, man, like the one guy Scott was just so bummed to lose was Eugenio Suarez, and the idea that now he's back and what he does for the clubhouse and the lineup and all of that. So there's an element where Dan is really the great beneficiary here, right? He gets to write that name in the lineup every day.
Yep.
And something that I do think Scott really missed in the last year or so of his time here. So throw that one for sure. In terms of players, I mean, you could make a lot of arguments for different guys. Who were yours? Who were your 2?
Yeah, Dan was my bronze medalist, and I think he does benefit. And I heard this said the other night, and I totally agree with it. Really bad teams, average teams, are teams that, just have no voice. No voice. Good teams, you can have a good team, and it can be led by a coach's voice. Elite teams, championship teams are led by the players' voices. And Gino does that in that clubhouse and for Dan. So he's there. I think it's Julio 1. I think it's JP 2. I think just when you talk about taking pressure off and just, everything in the relationship they have. And Julio we know this. He loves to play the game with like a carefree, childlike joy. and so does that guy. And it's like, oh, I got a like-minded guy there, and it's okay to be this way, and it's okay to play this game this way, and you could produce this way. And then I think just JP, the beneficiary of proximity, like right next to him. So,
well, you and I saw this pretty similarly then, right? I mean, because Dan, as I just mentioned, Dan as well, Julio would be on my list also of 3. Although maybe for slightly different reasons. For me, he kind of allows Julio to be the table setter and isn't forcing Julio to be the run producer. And I think that is a challenge at this stage of Julio's career. Point. Doesn't mean he can't produce runs. He can, and obviously he hits for power 2020. But if you allow Julio to get on base and use his legs and just drive the other team crazy, he can take over games. And then the home runs come. And then the doubles come. And Gino, I think, adding the league leader in RBI in the 5 spot, I think really helps that. And then I guess my other one maybe would be Naylor. And I guess proximity too, but not on the diamond, more in the batting order. He just gets to hit in front of him. And then he can concentrate on being an on-base guy. So I think that all those guys, but I think it's a really good question, Brock. And you could probably make an argument for Cal. You could make an argument for Polanco. I think when you mentioned JP, how about the fact that he allows JP to hit 8th or 9th?
That's right.
I mean, that's a big deal. How about Dominic Canzone, who gets to hit in the bottom third of the all those things I think are beneficial.
How about the Sounders? I mean, he gets to go to their game Sunday night. He's on the big screen with his wife.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
How about the city of Seattle? How about the fans that get good vibes? How about everybody?
Okay.
Everyone
benefits.
Group.
Wow.
Yes.
Pretty good. Pretty good. You also asked me this. Is Cal Raleigh wearing down? It's a fair question. There are some signs that that's happening, right? You just look at some of the numbers. They're off. Certainly since the All-Star break. He still hit a couple of home runs, but the numbers have not been the same. I would say my answer overall to you is I don't know that we know yet, right? It hasn't been long enough to determine that it's wearing down. It could be a midseason slump, a little up and down. These things happen. But I would say right now we don't know. But if he does wear down, I think there is an element of malpractice. And we've been talking about this all year long. You can't let Cal take too many reps. The dude needs to rest, and he didn't really get that over the All-Star break. He needs days. So if you want another answer to your Geno thing, who benefits? I hope Cal, because that puts another bat in your lineup so that hopefully you can give him some days off and let him just sit and rest his legs. Because he took, 3 foul balls and 1 at bat yesterday, not to mention all the ones he takes behind the plate and just the stress on his legs and his bat. The guy needs rest, and we've been saying that really since the first couple weeks of the season.
It's interesting. He is up to 103 at-bats now as a DH, 313 as a catcher. So a quarter of his at-bats, they have come from that designated hitter spot of just trying to take and alleviate some of the pressure on the body from catching every single night. So you have seen, I think, more of a commitment to that, and you've seen Cal be fine with that, right? Early on it was like, some of these splits when he's catching or DHing or in his past. So they're, I think, trying to do so. But yes, a month, 4 games, totally tiny sample size, but 1-16 with 12 Ks, right? And I don't know if that's also, hey man, just beat up, or it's, yeah man, just hit bombs. I hit bombs.
Well, and the league adjusts. I mean, some of that is the natural order of things in baseball. And we do talk about regression for a reason. But I would still, and I felt this way since the beginning, I'd really like Cal to take some days off. And then there's the question of the Derby. Did the home run Derby mess up Cal's swing? I don't think so. I haven't seen anything that looks messed up about a swing, but I'm not really the person to ask about that. Overall, I think Cal's going to be fine, but I would continue to like to see him get some rest. And I think having the 2 new guys in your lineup should allow you to do that. You're playing 3 games against Chicago here. Can you get Cal a day off during 3 games against a bad lineup? Right? I would hope, because you still got 5 other guys who really can fill that lineup out and look pretty good. Are they playing a lefty in here? Are any of these guys lefties? I didn't look ahead of time. I'm sorry. But I wouldn't mind seeing Solano get a game at first and let Garver catch that game, and Naylor can get a DH day. I think that would be just fine. I'd like to see some of that. I'd like to just give Cal a couple of days, maybe off in a row. I think that would be pretty helpful.
These are righties.
All righties? All right, well, never mind. Find a different way to do it. That was I was hoping maybe it would work out that way for him. Another question from Brock. Oh, are they playing with more urgency? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, it was a word that Passon said, this is on and off the field, that he really felt like this trade deadline. Salk talked about it leading up to it, so to pay off some of that conversation. Remember, he said this is going to be the biggest 10-day stretch for Justin and Jerry in their career with the Mariners. And the window is open, and go for it. You've got to go for it. You've got to have a sense of urgency. So on Monday, first time chatting with Jeff since the trade deadline, he said, that this was urgent. You felt their urgency off the field. And, when you now have veteran guys at this stage of the career, you got a couple rentals in Gino and Naylor and this group, this assembled group. Are we going to feel some of that urgency on the field that we certainly felt and they delivered off the field? How do you gauge that? It's hard. It's nuanced. Right? It's not black and white in baseball.
I don't like that word. I don't like the word urgency. That one's going to be hard for me in baseball.
Do you like the word pressurize?
Nope. Those are not words that are going to work for me.
Okay.
I would use the word focus. Because
we're getting near that time.
We're getting near that time.
For me, it's focus. That time.
All those things you're talking about for me are about focus. Urgency? Yeah, all right. Look, the games obviously increase in meaning because there are fewer of them left, right? And so, everyone becomes magnified a little bit, the importance factor. But if you start treating them with more urgency, you're going to grip the bat too tight. I don't like that word. I don't like it in baseball.
I should have used, if I can edit.
Yeah.
Which is
You'd like to strike that from the record?
I'd like to strike, and I like to, what a great addition to text that now you can edit.
Thank God.
Oh,
I think I edit 2/3 of my texts.
Yes.
Screw that up.
It's such a blessing. Why couldn't that have been there from day one?
Would have been nice.
What a cookie now.
Totally
If
agree.
I could edit that question to you, I would ask, Salk, when are we going to see this team lock in?
Yeah. No, I think that's a real question. Focus. Focus is a little more important than urgency.
That's
lock
your
in,
buzzword.
Focus. I mean, I think you're starting to see it now, aren't you? But I think that, you want to time it right. I think this team is going to win the AL West. I just do. I think they're a better team than Houston. They're only 3 games behind them. I think the Mariners are going to win the AL West. I'm not guaranteeing that or anything. That's not a prediction. That's not go take it to the bank. Looking at the teams in this league, in this division, I think the Mariners are the best of the 3 that are in it. I think they're going to win the AL West. We'll see what happens, but I think they will. And, I think as you try to time it so that you are kind of at your best by the end of this season, there does come a point sometime in the next month and a half where everything just starts to lock in, where you don't miss grooved pitches in the middle, where you catch everything that's available, where you just start locking it in. And for the most part, I think that's already been a strength of this team. They've been really focused, and not just this year. That's been a strength of these Mariners for the last 3, 4, 5 years in the field, in their base running. Those things have all been really good.
Yeah.
But in terms of the at-bats, they've done it much better this year. And if there is a time for it, it's coming up pretty soon.
Yep.
So I'll go with focus.
Yep.
I'll go with focus more than urgency. You also asked me, are they beating up on bad teams, or, is that what this is all about?
I asked you to answer the question that Goldie couldn't yesterday, and I'm curious if there was anything that came to your mind. Because over the course of the season, before last night, they had the second best record, the most wins over teams with winning records. And we have seen them take apart, and we got to see it with DeGrom and hit bomb after bomb after bomb against him, and Skubal and Skeens, and that narrative has been written. They also were 500 against teams under 500, a worse record against those kind of teams. So can you make it make any sense? Is this a team that gets up for the better teams, for the better pitchers, and then just kind of can step off the gas a little bit against the lesser? Is there any next level numbers? And Goldie just threw his arms up and said, this is one of those occasions where this is just baseball.
Yeah, I would say 100% with Aaron on that. Because that was going to be my answer to this question. Sort of and? Yeah, those things may be true. The numbers are what they are. But yeah, and? I don't think it's about – I haven't seen it be about focus. I haven't seen it be about quality of at-bat. I mean, just there
because
is a
this
baseball
is something,
element.
by the way, this is something there is more human nature element in the other sport. There just is. In the other sport of football, where you have 5 days where you're watching film on opponent, And again, life experience. Put on Nebraska film. Never forget this. In the year they won the national title, 1997. Put the tape on that Sunday night. Coach Linehan, we would just text each other. Well, there weren't texts back then. We called each other. And I said, Scott, like, what am I looking at here? What am I missing? Like, they do everything. Like, they're unbelievably fast. They are big. There is no air. There's no room. Like, and then you just watch that for 4 days, and you're like laser focused. And then you put the tape on of San Jose State, where you put the tape on like, oh, these guys are, they're trash.
Mm-hmm.
As the kids say today, they're cheeks. Like, this is going to be a blowout. And I think there's a psychology, like, you step on the field with some baseball you play every day. It's just a different game.
I don't think there's any of that, honestly.
No.
I don't think that is. There are not trap games in baseball. I just don't think there are trap games in this sport. You don't look past teams. You just don't do that. I think you're right. All three other major sports have trap games because emotion does play, I think, a much bigger role in them, right? I don't see
and more
that.
time. You have more time on hand
Mm-hmm.
versus this is literally, hey, man, we're playing tomorrow. So you've got to flush that. You got to prepare it. You got to, it's just an every single day.
I think this is going to be pretty fun. I mean, again, I don't know what's going to happen. Somebody said, Salk, you said you think they're going to win, so that's a prediction. No, it's not.
No, he didn't bet the mortgage, the kids, everything else. He's lost all that.
Do you think it's going to rain today? Yeah, I think it is. I'm not like predicting rain like I'm a weatherman. Like,
no, but you are saying pretty confidently that you, for the first time, maybe in a long time, that you like this team, this roster, this group of individuals.
I got some
more
questions
than you do
still.
Houston and Texas is.
I like them much more than those teams. But I also don't like those teams very much. I'm not saying that Texas is like, an atrocity. I just don't think they're that good. I don't think the Astros are that good, especially. I think the Mariners have a better lineup and a better roster than either of those two teams. So who do I think is going to win?
Yeah.
I think the Mariners are going to win the AL West, and then we'll see what happens. I think it's the best lineup they've had in as long as I can remember. I still have some question marks about the bullpen, and maybe that'll be their undoing at some point. It's too bad they couldn't go get one more player at the deadline. But
Did you listen to Passon's answer, by the way, when we asked him about that?
No, what did he say?
He was fooled. He really thought it's so fun. These guys that break news. And he's like, yeah, Rosenthal got me on that one. Like, he got me on that one. Like, I took my foot off the gas. I heard heard the deal was done. Was that they were really close and just assumed it was going to get done. And then
for Jax.
No.
Oh, for Duran rather. Yeah.
Yes. And then Philly swoop back in and sweeten the pot, and there you go.
Yeah, I mean, those things happen, and that is a bummer. It would have been nice to have seen them kind of pull off that one other big name in their bullpen, but maybe that gets them. But there is no obvious weakness. I think that's what I was saying on Friday when you were out. They're not perfect across the board, but like they don't have a bad defense. They don't have a bad rotation. They don't have a bad bullpen. They don't have a bad lineup. Like, there's nothing bad about this team. Could you upgrade from Legumina and a few other guys? Yeah, sure, of course. Could your bullpen be a little? Yeah, of course. Could you strike out less? Sure, of course. But overall, there's no major glaring weakness or hole in this team. Defensively, base running wise, offensively, starting pitching, bullpen. None of them are major weaknesses.
And you know what's most important? Not that you believe that. Not that Mariner fans may or may not believe that. The most important thing is that sentiment is believed in that clubhouse now. With Naylor and Suarez and Julio and JP and Cal. Cal wanted more a couple years ago. I want more. Guess what you got? You got more now.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, 3 good football questions for Brock. Let's start here. Our buddy Albert Breer was doing his Monday morning quarterback deal after coming to visit Seattle and got to talk through what he saw here.
Mm-hmm.
What are these in-house complaints? Do you want me to play this about Ryan Grubb?
Yes, let me just tee it up real quickly. Okay. And we have heard this. Albert heard what you and I have heard, which is, man, this was Ryan Grubb's problem last year. The whole the sacks, the struggles, a lot of fingers pointing to Ryan Grubb, who's no longer here. Here's Albert going in greater length about that.
So I think the Ryan Grubb thing, a lot of it was way too much drop back passing. I know Gino got frustrated with that last year, and that it kind of turned him into a sitting duck. There was no marriage between the run game and the pass game. There wasn't enough detail in the run game. And so the Seahawks became too easy to defend. And there were a lot of people in that building that were very frustrated with the direction of the offense, how they didn't seem to have answers for a lot of what defenses were throwing at them. And they still won 10 games,
Yeah. Yeah.
And they still won 10 games.
Yeah. And I think we've said that a bunch. These predictions that they're going to fall off the cliff, they're going to win 6.5 games, they're going to be last in the NFC West. They did all of that. And Gino and DK were part of it, and they're no longer here, and I totally understand that. But I think the proof is in the pudding there, Salk. I don't think this is after the fact, pointing fingers. We heard it throughout the season. We heard it from teams that faced the Seahawks throughout the season, that they were very tendency rich. You heard me clamor how many times for get your butt under center. Stop sitting in the shotgun 80% of the time, right? And so these were things that were not just after the fact. And then most importantly, right when the season ended, Mike McDonald made an abrupt and immediate change. That this can't continue. As excited as I was at this point last year, motions and shifts and change of tempo and all of this stuff, we didn't see the very essence of this game, and that's the line of scrimmage, and we didn't see it won nearly enough.
All right, question number 2. What have you seen? Who's been hurt a little bit? Who hasn't been there? What do you make of that element of camp so far?
You know that the old coach gets a little nervous about these things, Salky, and now that the old coach is the new coach, and look at the calendar. We're 3 weeks into camp. The rookies reported over 3 weeks ago the Seahawks play tomorrow. Just some little worry meter, just some little nervous Nelly stuff. I don't like that Shaq Griffin's not gotten much work. So personal reasons, went back home, kind of a veteran who's banked a ton of reps over the years, but he hasn't banked them with these guys in this system. And I think that matters. And we talk about it a ton after the fact. Did it matter that Kobe Bryant missed that whole offseason with the toe? Yeah, it did matter. Slowed him down in his second year. Those things, Reek Woolen and the knee injury, did it matter? Yeah, it mattered. Right? Because you want continuity and guys playing together. So nice that he was back. They're going to kind of work him back over the next 2 to 3 weeks. So that's one he needs to get work in. This is not hey man, I'm an all-pro. I've been there. I've done it. No. You need to do it with these guys. So that's one. Ken Walker's another one who finally got back to work yesterday. Obviously won't play tomorrow and won't get an off day on Friday. That dude needs to get in a rhythm. Charbonnet's going to push him. And thank goodness you drafted Charbonnet when you did, because that dude's a dude in this system, as Brady talked about the last couple days. Really high on Zach Charbonnet, because Kubiak and crew is. So those would be the two at the very top of the list. All right, 3 weeks into camp here. Let's kind of ramp this thing up over the next 3 weeks so you're ready to hit the ground running week number 1.
All right, question number 3 as we get closer to college football season. And yeah, Brock, strange not to have you out there calling games. Where are we looking at UW starting the year ranking-wise?
I think this was the best sound I've heard yet. This sound matched what my eyes saw out at training camp practice last week with the Huskies. This is Greg McElroy, who's dialed in. And he and his crew put the Huskies in the top 25 in their own polling, and this is why.
Our number 25 team here in 2025, the Washington Huskies. What I love is their quarterback, Damon Williams. When Jed Fish, who knows this position extremely well, has coached the position at the highest possible level as a quarterback coach in the NFL, when he boldly came out and said, Damon Williams is going to be the face of our program, kind of sit behind Will Rogers, got a little playing time here and there, took over the second half of the UCLA game, didn't go so well in his first real start against Oregon, but bounced back in remarkable fashion in the bowl game. He finished the season with 8 touchdowns, 1 interception, was actually second on the team in rushing. Had he had more attempts, he would have actually led the Big Ten in QB rating. I think he's going to be even better from a sack avoidance standpoint. Probably going to be able to manufacture a lot of big plays. I think he's one of the stars of college football. If not in 25, then at the very least in 2026.
So at this age and stage of your life, much like mine, you don't have as much margin. You're at the Kraken Iceplex a lot, right? Now you're playing hockey yourself. you need your nap time. Getting up early is getting harder and harder. The Mariners are going to be in a pennant chase. The Seahawks get going. There's not a lot of margin for the Huskies, and it's too bad because you know what? They are built exactly the way you love your football team. A dynamic wizard of a quarterback. I mean, this guy can run. This guy, from a physical standpoint, is like Russell Wilson rookie year. He's going to run around. He's going to make plays. And then they got 2 freaking bowling balls. Muhammad and Coleman are 450, 60, 70 pounds of just pain. Like, you don't want to tackle them. And you love big backs. Mm-hmm. Like, this team, if and when you'll find some margin and peek to the side, you will enjoy it because of those 2 factors big time.
Pretty cool. That is today's Blue 88, our coverage of Seahawks training camp brought to you by The Landing in Renton. A lot of text coming in there, Brock. Salk, if the Mariners beat the White Sox today and have the chance for the sweep, you don't think the third game is a trap game? Nope. Just don't. Not in baseball. I don't think that way. Salk, it's not a bad bullpen, but is it a World Series bullpen? Doesn't feel like it. It's a fair question. I don't know yet.
If the World Series were dependent on like 100, like another 162 game season with the bullpen, I'd be pretty concerned. It becomes a sprint, and we know how bullpens are used in the playoffs. Is that Bryce Miller down there?
Yeah.
Is that George
and
Kirby
let's
down
wait
there?
and see who locks in all of a sudden at the end of a game, right? Like you may see at the end of a season, you may see Spire take that mental step where like these guys just have this ability to just like, hey, I'm on fire now, and there's a confidence level and a focus level. So I don't know the answer to that question yet. I think that's still to be determined. Are they bad at in-game management? 209. Look, I think they've gotten a lot better at it over the course of this year. I think the management we're seeing in games is a lot better. Brock, you've mentioned this. I think you're right.
Yeah, and Goldie said too. I think it's slowed down for Dan. The game, early on, I think sped up on him at times.
Yeah,
natural first-time manager doing it for an entire season, not the tail end of it. I think there were players to learn, philosophies to adapt, fundamental things you wanted to do that you could do, you can't do. And I do think for him and for Manny next to him on that bench, and you see it in their interactions too. Right, I think it's slowed down a bit.
I could get to this one, too. What's going to happen with Canzone when Robles comes back? He's been on fire. I think he'll still play most of the time. He's going to play against righties. But you don't have to play him against lefties because you'll have Robles, and you can give him a break, and you can move some things around and see who stays hot or gets hot or whatever. So, yeah, I'm pretty bullish on the direction the Mariners are going right now. Brock's very bullish on the Huskies. We get Seahawks tomorrow with their first preseason game. Pretty cool time to be on the radio talking sports here in Seattle. Maura's got a little buy or sell for us. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
I was always a guy that, like, if I could get an interception, man.
How many did you have in your career?
3.
How many should you have had? If you, as you put it, if you didn't have frying pan hands.
Yeah, I would say probably double that. When I was in high school, I played in a state championship game. I had 2 interceptions in one game, and I was like, that was my favorite game. I just loved that.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package, or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details. You can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at PCFgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Hey golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BlowingClassic.com for more.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Seth Wickersham, ESPN writer, great writer, in-depth writer, going to join us in a half hour, talk through a really nice piece that is really an excerpt from his book that's coming out in a couple of weeks about the quarterback position. So we'll talk some football with Seth coming up here at 8:30.
Remind me.
Yeah.
Was it the Sherm article, Russell?
Yeah,
what was
all that. He did like a lot of those.
Right? Yeah. The whole expose.
Mm-hmm. Like he goes deep. Very impressive reporter and writer. So that should be fun. We'll talk to him coming up at 8:30. Before we do it, though, Maura's got a fun game for us. Let's buy or sell.
been a minute since we've done this.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I don't know.
All
right. First up, the Mariners win the AL West. Buy or sell?
I'm buying. I think I just said that. I said that unprompted. I don't even need buy or sell. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, I think you're minimizing the market conditions in Houston. They traded, you know who they traded for, right? They got Correa now back at third. You've seen how injured they've done all of this without Alvarez.
I know.
Pena's come back and been a difference maker. Like the fact that they, through all of those injuries, and it wasn't just a little bit, it was a rotation. It was, I mean, we saw them. We saw them with former Mariners in the lineup, and they still, I don't know, man. I'm going to sell that right now.
Lady in the second
row. She's an 8, she's a 9, she's a 10, I know. So I'm going to sell that right now because you've got to take it from them. Houston's got championship DNA, whether you like it or not. Last night, Hard Knocks started, Salky, with the Bills. The Bills have won 5 straight AFC East. Like, you got to go take it from them. Houston has won this sucker over and over and over again. And to do so with so many new pieces this year speaks to their championship medal. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt until you go take it.
All right, next up, Torrey Horton as the Seahawks' number 3 wide receiver this season. Buy or sell?
Ooh, that's hot. That's good. I'm buying. Yeah. Because he's got a unique skill set that fits this. I'll go back to what DJ said to you and I after the draft, Salk. This is a top 50 player had he not gotten hurt. Top 50 player. That's talent-wise like a royal plus. Like, that dude's got some juice to him. And he's been a man on a mission. And fifth-round picks and mid-round wide receivers especially can hit the ground running. And they've done so all over the league, time after time after time after time. Jermaine Kearse and Doug Baldwin, undrafted guys here, made it and hit the ground running. So I'm going to say, yeah, he's going to be in top 3.
What does that mean, third wide receiver? Like, is that, what do you mean
by that? That means 11
that?
personnel he's on the field. That means JSN, Cooper Kupp, and our boy Torrey Horton are on the field.
I don't know about that.
He'd be basically overtaking Marquez Valdez-Scantling for what you would probably project.
At some point this season, sure, maybe, and injuries will probably play a role in that as well. They always do. So
always do.
Throwing injuries into it, yes, the answer is probably true. With everyone healthy, I mean, maybe MVS just kind of fails, and maybe Torrey Horton comes on really quickly. Kind of like the way you're not ready to quite say that yet about the Astros. I'm not quite ready to say that yet about Torrey Horton. I guess see a little more.
In the back row.
He hasn't played a preseason game yet. I'd like to see some of that before I make that prediction.
Scared.
All right. Next up, Julio has a better offensive second half or post All-Star break than Cal.
Oh, feisty. Tasty.
I have no idea, but I'll buy it for fun. For 2 reasons. One, I do think that Cal needs a break. We've talked about that. I think it is wearing on him a little bit. But that doesn't mean he's like toast.
How about 3 straight last night in his final at bat?
I know. Poor guy. But, like, I think Cal will be okay. I'm not saying I think Cal's like, this is over. Like, he'll still go on his runs, and he's still going to hit a bunch of home runs. But I think Julio's also coming alive a little. So put it together, a better one. I think it'll probably be, like, in the eye of the beholder. But I'll buy it for the sake of
I'm going to buy it, too. Yeah, I'm going to buy it, too. I don't know why, man. Sometimes things get said on this radio program that just stick.
Mm-hmm.
And when old Joe Buck was on with us a couple weeks ago and talked about Tim McCarver and the catcher and the hands and the wear and the tear, and when history tells you how hard it is to hit 40 home runs as a catcher, that 48 is the bar in the history of the game, there's a reason for that. Cal is superhuman and was in that first half, but there will be a little regression, and history also tells you as the weather warms, as Julio feels good, as people now surround him in that lineup, as you said, gets to be a table setter more than a run producer.
I do think the one thing I would maybe push back on a little bit is the thing about the hands with McCarver. I think that equipment has changed so drastically since then that I don't know whether catchers are really dealing with the same hand problems all the time that McCarver was. But I still think overall it's a really good point, and they deal with other things. So, yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think it'd be hard. It's always going to be hard for a catcher to keep that up.
All right. Buy or sell. Brock is only an instigator because of Salk.
What?
So
No.
Jeff Passan. Jeff Passan joined us the other day, and Brock asked him about his Twitter beef with Doug Minkiewicz, and this was his response.
I would expect this from Salk. Has he infected you?
Yeah, I got to take on a little of his. I got to bring a little of that when
you are always just the most sincere and thoughtful guy.
No.
And the disease of the turd has taken you over, and I'm ashamed for all of you.
Mora.
Well, and then I said,
why didn't you get my back?
I jumped in and said I may have prompted this conversation. I told Brock about it, and he told me I have to stay out of it, and said goodbye to everyone except Mora Dooley.
Wow.
So I tried.
She's like, go away for a week, and you guys are at war with Passan. I'm selling that. Brock's a much bigger instigator than I am.
In the back row.
I don't know how you've convinced Passan that you're not an instigator. Lyle knows you're an instigator too.
Am I an instigator, Lyle?
I think you're both instigators.
Are you awake, Lyle?
That wasn't the question.
Barely.
You know what the answer to that question should have been, Lyle? Definitively yes.
Okay, then yes.
Okay, then.
Jeez. Grumpy Lyle, too.
Yeah.
It's not grumpy.
Lyle,
I'm just like, okay, then yes. I'm
Yeah,
getting
a
a
little
little
grumpy, a little
Salky
tired.
Lyle,
Little
Lyle
grumpy.
went to a wedding.
I know.
Yeah, he's playing catch up still.
Still 3 days later. Still kind of struggling on a Wednesday. Wow. Must have been a good wedding.
Well, when you don't get the usual weekend to catch up on any sleep, it drags.
Soft.
All right. Yeah, it's hard when you're in your 20s. Body just doesn't want to use it.
It's only going to get easier, Lyle.
Yeah, seriously. I'm sure once you get into your late 40s, everything's going to be easy.
All right, buy or sell. Matthew Stafford starts week 1 for the Rams.
Sell.
I was going to say.
Lady in the second row.
No, he's taking epidurals, I saw.
Yeah,
That guy's having
aggravated
issues.
disc. They
That
gave
doesn't
him an
look good.
epidural, but they say he's week to week, and they plan on him starting week 1.
All right. Well, he probably will, but how many games does he start? Not as many as you'd think. How's that?
I would agree with that. It's brilliant. So.
Lady in the second row.
All right, did you guys watch this video I sent you?
Yes.
With the Kraken mascot Bowie.
Yes.
I had seen that already.
Yeah, they filmed a promo in Alaska.
Yeah.
And I thought the bear was going to be in the distance. A bear straight up charged Bowie and then backed off at the last second. So buy or sell that Bowie, the Kraken mascot, could take on a bear.
Sell.
Oh, he's in big
Sold
trouble.
in the back row.
Got no chance.
You got fur flying. Fake fur.
Lady in the second row.
No
Fake air flying.
chance.
Yes.
Bowie looked legitimately petrified. Like,
So,
oh
Salk,
no.
You wondered.
Rightfully so.
I sent you the video from my Kraken trip up in Alaska, and you wondered why I was yelling at the bear.
Yeah.
That's why you yell at bears. Hey, bear. Hey, bear. You got to let that bear know.
Well, Bowie didn't have his drum that he normally has. If he had his drum, maybe we could have scared the
It
bear
was
away.
behind Bowie. I don't think he knew it was there till it was
One-
too late.
I'll tell you, once he saw that, he was out of there. Like, oh no, I'm not messing around with that thing. And I don't blame him.
Do you think Bowie had an accident underneath the costume?
All I know is they better hope the Bruins don't get a hold of that with the whole bear chasing Bowie thing, because there are going to be some problems there. That's a little trip through some buying and selling. Thank you, Maura. Those were great questions, great stuff as always. Other than this whole idea that I'm some sort of instigating, that's just not right.
You're spreading the disease of the turd.
My God, that's just quite frankly rude. Let's come back and give you guys everything you need to know, and then Seth Wickersham, who does a great job as an investigative reporter, but he's also now coming out with a book on quarterbacks that I think may be a part of. I think there's something here to learn for the Seahawks. That's coming up in 20 after Need to Know next.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What is today? Today is Wednesday morning, the day before the first game of the year. A little urgency is going on. If you find yourself in a spot where you need a little urgency, a little bit of an encouragement to tackle maybe something that's been too stressful, too confusing, that you've just put on the back burner, that being your insurance and your carrier, as you've watched your premiums go up, your coverage diminish, then you need to do what Molly and I, my mom and dad, so many of my friends and family have done, take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. We heard so many victories through the years that saved people so much money. We finally made that decision, and boy, am I glad we did. Here's how they go to work for you. They fully analyze your coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, well, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they have worked with to find you the best fit. That's it. There's no stress. There's no confusion. They're not just your broker. They're your teammate. And they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So do it. Do it this morning. Take the First Mark Challenge. And by the way, it's totally free. And you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I can see clearly now. It's amazing. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for Refractive Lens Exchange, or RLE. Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. So if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the capper. You're never going to develop a cataract. I'm somebody that needed readers in every room of the house. I needed to see the scoreboard out at ball games. I just couldn't see clearly. That has all changed thanks to RLE. Whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to point you in the right direction. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be like really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Dave Wyman joined by a very special guest, Dr. Daniel Landis. He's on the Swedish CyberKnife team treating prostate cancer and accepting new patients. Dr. Landis, what could patients expect during CyberKnife treatment?
So the CyberKnife treatment's an outpatient procedure. Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
That's incredible. Where are your patients from?
We see patients from all over, patients from out of state, Alaska, Idaho, from all over the world, honestly, since it's such a short treatment.
How can someone get a hold of you?
Yeah, I would encourage patients to reach out to us directly. We'd be happy to schedule a consultation.
Thank you, Dr. Landis and the team at Swedish CyberKnife for the wonderful work they do. And remember, you don't need a physician's referral. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. That's Swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
Looking for an epic summer night in Seattle? Be here for the Mariners Drone Show at T-Mobile Park, Friday, August 22nd, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
It is Grand Salami time. Cal Raleigh with his third Grand Slam of the season.
The team is taking on the A's at 7:10, and after the game, we'll be lighting up the sky with hundreds of drones, celebrating Mariners icons past and present. Don't miss out on a jaw-dropping post-game show. Head to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Maura, what is this video you sent us?
Oh, of Grandpa Aaron Rodgers at practice.
Oh, my God. That's not real, is it? Is
Yes.
that real footage of Aaron Rodgers at practice?
Yes.
Those feet look like he's got cinder blocks on them. Why can't he move? Oh, my God. And he looks
Is
big,
this what
too.
we need to know, Salk?
Somebody needs to know
Maura,
this.
you can't distract the pilot like this. You know better than that.
The tweet you sent says Aaron Rodgers
Wind
looks
shear, birds.
Aaron Rodgers looks 104 years old in drills. If the Steelers win a game, it'll be an accomplishment. I don't know about the second part, but he looks really, really old. Wow. Seahawks have their first game tomorrow. Pretty excited for that. Are we going to get to see some Jalen Milroe in this game?
Oh, you're going to see a lot of Jalen.
Right? Isn't that exciting?
Was that a rhetorical question or was that a real question?
It was a mostly rhetorical question.
Because I think Drew probably plays a series or two.
And
then I think
Milroe, right?
you play Milroe for 3/4 of this whole thing.
Darnold's not going to play in this game, right?
Nope.
So, yeah, a little bit of Drew and then a lot of Jalen Milroe. And I do want to say, I'm prepared for ups and downs. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. Yep. I'm prepared for up and down, right?
I'm not prepared to talk about this today.
Okay.
Game day's tomorrow. So
know,
game day Rawls, game day Milroe.
Okay.
Okay.
Fine. All right. Well, then let's move on to the next thing you need to know.
Here's the second thing you need
Just
to
on
know.
that note, though,
yeah.
If Jalen Milroe and Aaron Rodgers had to sprint somewhere, let's say they ran the length of the field, an 100-yard dash.
Mm-hmm.
When Jalen Milroe crossed the goal line, where would Aaron Rodgers be right now?
If Aaron Rodgers and 42-year-old Tom Brady and 42-year-old Dan Marino had to run from the goal line, who would win that race?
I want to know where you think he would be when Jalen Milroe crossed the goal line. The 50?
No. They started on the goal line. They had to run 100 yards?
Yep. Where is Aaron Rodgers when Jalen Milroe gets to 100? The 40? 80? No way.
He gets 80.
No, he does not. No,
75.
no chance. I think he gets 60 yards, so he's at the other side's 40.
Okay.
I don't think he gets any farther than that. You know how fast Jalen Milroe is?
He's real fast.
Dude, come on. I think he just barely gets past midfield. Unbelievable. Mariners, man, this lineup is really good. When it comes together the way it did last night, it is a really, really good lineup.
Eugenio Suarez, the pitch on the way, swinging a drive, deep to right field, way back, and goodbye baseball into Edgar's Cantina, right above it. Right above the hand-operated scoreboard, there's number 1 for Gino in a Mariners uniform, number 37 on the year. That was a rocket, and it's now the Mariners 3 and the White Sox 1.
They continued to tack on, ended up scoring 8 runs in the game. Gino, his first home run, back with the Mariners.
Feel great, obviously feel so happy to contribute into my team with that home run right there, and I give it the lead. But yeah, I think see the fans' face when I got the three, what? That thing, that triad. Yeah, that was fun. That was really fun. Good feeling, and for me, I'm more important is help the team win games. That's a lot to me.
It's so funny. Everybody loves Gino, and for good reason. I mean, you can hear in that clip why he's so well liked by teammates and managers and coaches and fans and everybody else. But even the sort of momentary struggle with the language and trying to figure out exactly, because trident's not a word that comes up that often.
Mm-hmm.
I just love it. I find it's so endearing with him, isn't it?
Correct. He's hyper endearing. He's got legitimate joy, and that permeates.
Mm-hmm.
Happiness is fleeting, and he used the word so happy, and you hear him say that a lot. he takes it to the next step. He's got just a joy that's contagious. And even Naylor, you know, I think after watching Suarez handle that trident, Naylor didn't spit on it this time. Even he picked it up.
No,
and
he was okay with
acknowledged
it. How about the bat flip?
Oof.
The bat flip was pretty awesome, Lyle.
Last time I saw that was Lyle at Lake Washington High School.
I'm just struggling to even figure out where Naylor came up with that.
So you kind of flip it towards yourself, right?
Oh, I've seen that.
And then you you hit it again. Back
Do you not
the
watch
other way,
SEC
right?
baseball, Lyle? They're the king of the bat flips.
I do, but I don't know if I do,
Really?
but I don't know if I've seen that where you like hit it downward after you flip it up.
I mean, it shows a
Disgusted
little
with
of his
it.
disgust. I hate this
I'm just
bat.
disgusted with
I
this
can't
back flip.
believe you threw me that pitch. Why would you even throw? Do you know who I am and you threw me that pitch? How dare you? That's disgusting. Get this bat away
He
from
looked
me.
a little less disgusted by
Here's
the
the
trident
third
this
thing.
time.
No, that's what Brock was saying. That he looked kind of like, all right, I'll hold this thing. Till he stabs somebody in the eye with
I
it.
just said that.
I'm saying it's improving. It's like a scale.
Hey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
sorry.
Sorry, we're getting along.
Jeez. Would the two of you back off each other? Just getting away from everybody right now. You know who'd be interesting to see with Gino? Victor Robles. Talk about two guys who carry themselves with a lot of joy, Brock. I mean, Robles has a lot of that, and it's looking good. He's going to start a rehab assignment in less than a week, August 12th.
So he'll be with Tacoma for the most part, I believe. We'll check the schedule and make sure that lines up, and I'm not just making stuff up, but I believe it's at Tacoma. And I believe the first couple days will be DH days, and then we'll mix in outfield work, built up to 9 innings with some DH days built in. Again, you probably got to get to 40, 50 plate appearances or at-bats just to kind of replicate spring training all over again.
We were chatting yesterday with Brady about on a football team and a makeup, you can't have too many choir boys, right? You've got to mix in some edge. I think it was around Micah Parsons and noisiness and Derek Hall and D. Law and just some of the edge these guys bring, Salk. You couldn't have a full baseball team of Eugenio and Julio and Robles. You need Naylor.
Absolutely.
You need Cal Raleigh, right? You need some of that back and forth. And golly, yeah, just another reason to be excited that, yeah, you didn't get that extra bullpen arm. That would have been sweet. Maybe that will be Bryce Miller. Honestly, maybe that will be, especially down the home stretch and into the playoffs and everything else. And to think, too, is Passon said Robles could be right around the corner. And this portends some exciting conversation over the next 6-7 weeks.
All right, pretty good stuff. That is everything you need to know.
I like that word, portend.
I know you do. In fact, we got a text about that. Brock just knows one language and uses words that he doesn't understand. Not endearing, though, and suggested that we should play this.
Brock used a new word but doesn't really know what it means.
Haven't heard that one in a while, huh?
That's pretty good.
Yeah, kind of forgot about that. Good memory.
No, portend is a good one.
It is.
It's in my lexicon now. That's another good one.
Wow,
Yeah,
look at you. You're really becoming quite the reader.
Sure am.
Seeing the effects of that. Bryce Miller, by the way, good news on his rehab assignment as well. All right. Seth Wickersham, cool book coming out. And I like this particular piece. It's about Bo Nix and Sean Payton, but it's not. It's really about finding quarterbacks and determining what is going to, what's going to work. How do you determine which of these guys is going to be successful? We'll talk to him about it, and it may be a conversation we'll have to have in Seattle at some point in the near future. Seth Wickersham, next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
I was always a guy that, if I could get an interception, man. How many did you have in your career? 3.
How many should you have had? If you, as you put it, if you didn't have frying pan hands.
Yeah, I would say probably double that. When I was in high school, I played in a state championship game. I had 2 interceptions in one game, and I was like, that was my favorite game. I just loved that.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Oh my gosh, I barely even had a chance to tell all you guys. I got to go and take a tour of the new Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. I got to see the and hotel part. Whoa. Pool, ridiculous. Spa, absurd. New restaurant, oh my gosh. It might be the best sports bar in the Northwest. It's unbelievable. And the views, the whole deal. Guys, I am not lying to you. This place is even better than I thought it was going to be, and I thought it was going to be really, really good. Bookings are open. The hotel opens this Friday, but yeah, go see them anytime. I think you're going to really, really, really come away impressed. I know I was. Go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Step back into automobile
automotive history at LeMay, America's Car Museum. The current exhibit, Rare and Luxurious, features 100 years of exceptional automobiles, including stunning classics to beauties worth millions. Feel the thrill of driving a Formula One car on the exhilarating racing simulators and lunch in the cafe. It's a must activity for out-of-town guests, friends, and families. Plan your visit at americascarmuseum.org. Open Thursday through Monday. Visit americascarmuseum.org today.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app. Summer is here, and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors, expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy-efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates, and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health. It's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I think it's going to be a really cool book, Brock. We are just a couple of weeks away from it being released. American Kings, a biography of the quarterback. It comes out September 9th, as written by Seth Wickersham. And we got to read a nice chapter excerpt from that on the ESPN website here just in the last couple of days. I really enjoyed it. Great stuff on the quarterback. So texted Seth, and he was willing to come on and hang out with us for a few minutes. Good morning, sir. How are you?
You know, how great is it for me to join your show when I'm not under attack?
Yes.
It's rare. Yes. Are you going to say something mean?
You know, when I'm not a divisive, subject within the greater Seattle area, it's so much calmer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, between where do you have more issues, here or New England?
Well, I would say this, and that's that, like, it was a close contest for a minute there, but like both markets have kind of come around to me.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Sherman, has done a great job of backing up everything that I wrote about the Seahawks back, years ago and then some. And fortunately, Brady and Robert Kraft have done the same thing with New England. So at this point, I think that I think everyone's pretty, getting along pretty well right now.
And yet, the next thing you write that people don't like when they read it, they will not remember that you turned out to be right about either of those things. They'll be just as mad and calling you a liar and saying you made the whole thing up the next time too.
Yeah, it's the life we chose, or I chose. Yeah.
Well, so I think that's actually a great segue into the book that you did write, because it's not that kind of book. This is not a tell-all. There's not a lot, right? If I understand right, this is not, investigative journalism. This is much more trying to get to the heart of the most interesting position in all of sports, the quarterback position.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, thank you for having me on the show. But, I wrote this book for anyone who's played quarterback, who used to play quarterback, and who's been fascinated by it. And, what I wanted to do with it, my goal, was to show what it's like at all these different stages, from first picking up a football to being a retired Hall of Famer and everything in between. And I wanted to get the realest glimpse that I could of what it's like to do it, both the ways that it's thrilling and cool as hell, the way that it's, can be cruel and there's folly involved. And I think that, so it follows a bunch of guys, and it tells a bunch of guys' stories within that who are not exactly main characters. And, again, I think that, you have to hardwire yourself to make it through this winnowing process from 16,000 starting quarterbacks every year in America to 4 who make it into the Hall of Fame. And, once you've done that, how you, deal with those, with the way that you've wired yourself, I think is really, really fascinating. But, Arch Manning's in there as a way to tell the entire story about the Mannings, Warren Moon, Elway, famous people who are no longer with us, like Johnny Unitas, and obviously, people that you might get to know, like Colin Hurley, who was a really young quarterback, ended up at Louisiana State last year as a 16-year-old freshman, wanted to be on the fast track to everything quarterback, had a horrible accident last year where he ran his car into a tree, nearly died, and, thankfully he came out okay. So, again, it's a dangerous road that I think a lot of these quarterbacks lead with very little guidance, but I wanted, again, just to try to show it and try to let people in on this very fascinating and very uniquely American job.
Why did you tackle this story, Seth? Because lots of books have been written about quarterbacks through the years. What was the impetus? What was the lead for you to try to do something not done before?
Because I'm not like you. Because I played quarterback in high school, and I was a failed quarterback. Like I couldn't do this, and I played in Alaska, so the book is not a morass of my failed career. I'm not Alaska's Uncle Rico, but it it is about an unending curiosity. Like, what would have life been like if I had made it? And through all these stories, I did a podcast with Alex Smith, who's a great dude, my colleague at ESPN, and he read the book, and he's in it for a couple pages, but he read it, and he was like, there are so many stories, from other quarterbacks that I read that I felt like were exactly my experience. And that was my goal with it, to try to show, what this is like from every angle, and, let the reader understand that, look, if this is something you could have done well, this is what life might have been like for you.
I appreciate that you say you were different, supposed to the non-failed quarterback like Brock. I mean, he failed just at a later stage, right?
Yes, that's very true. If I could have shut off that other voice that was on my shoulder, like, you're going to throw a pick, do it this way, don't. Like, if I could have shut that voice off, especially at the professional level, maybe I wouldn't be doing this and dealing with Salk every day for the last 17 years of my life.
Well, and that's what I mean. I think that, I think that the quarterbacks need to create a kind of ecosystem for themselves where doubt cannot be allowed to come in. And to do that, they have to be willing to be the center of a solar system that revolves around them. And I think back to Andrew Luck. I mean, he's someone that I spent a lot of time with a couple years ago, and, he was uncomfortable with that. He realized that who he had to be a great quarterback was in conflict with who he wanted to be as a person at home, how he wanted to go through the world. And I think that was a lot of the reason why he walked away when he did, was because he didn't really like who he was as a quarterback. And people who end up on the other side as Hall of Famers figured out a way to make peace with that. And that's really an interesting psychological journey.
One of the things I love in the excerpt that we had a chance to read here, which is a lot about Sean Payton and about Bo Nix, but obviously kind of speaks to much more general themes. What did you learn about choosing and finding the right quarterback for a team?
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of this book obviously is about what life is like, and it's kind of deep inside the experiences and the heads of these guys. But you can't write a book about quarterbacks without addressing the age-old question, and that's why do so many of these guys fail in the NFL? Why does this not work? Why can't people be better at coaching and drafting and mentoring and tutoring them? And I've known Sean Payton for years, and I wanted to talk to him about this, and so we met at a hotel. And, he looks at me and he goes, do you promise with this is in March of 2024. And he says, do you promise with every shred of your integrity that you won't share this with anyone? And I'm like, sure, yes. And he pulls out this manila folder, and it has all these statistics, this algorithm that he put together for all of the quarterbacks that are considered the first-round guys in the draft that year. And it was like a failure index. He wanted to try to judge processing speed, which everyone knows is quite a bit different from college to the NFL. And it's that's the golden goose for talent evaluation. It's is there a predictive measure for it? And Sean, as a quarterback, he was good. He played professionally, but he struggled with the processing and the multitasking. He could throw the ball, but he struggled with all the things that Drew Brees and Peyton Manning and Patrick Mahomes and all these guys do so well. And so he wanted to find a formula to kind of address that inefficiency. And also it was a little autobiographical for him. And when he ran all these numbers, Bo Nix came out by far the most efficient quarterback out of the group. And I think that he used the formula to narrow the selections and then use his experiences with Nix in the scouting process to, to confirm all of his suspicions.
It kind of strikes me reading it that a big part of, at least for Sean, is avoiding the negative as opposed to just achieving the positive. And I would have expected that from Bill Belichick, from maybe even Pete Carroll, who was really against his quarterbacks making mistakes. But thinking about the Sean Payton offenses with Drew Brees and the just sheer volume of passes and yards, I don't know, that kind of jumped out and surprised me a little bit. And even the way he's measuring negative plays is a little different than we might think.
Totally. And it's essentially like a failure index. It's how often do these guys fail? Are they sacked? Do they take a negative play, or do they, God forbid, have a turnover? And, that's what he wanted to look at. And, for what it's worth, Caleb Williams' numbers were horrible. We're the worst of all of the first-round guys. And, I think Caleb's going to be a good NFL quarterback. We'll see, how he does this year. But it's just one man's idea. But he's someone who has, he's one of the best offensive minds of his generation, if not ever. And, this was how he tried to, address and answer for that age-old question, which is, how do you evaluate a college quarterback's NFL potential?
Mm-hmm. Any Seth Wickersham here with us. Awesome. This is just wheelhouse stuff for Salk and I, both the psychology of it, the position. It is front and center here in Seattle, pretty spoiled, really, with Matt Hasselbeck and Russell Wilson for nearly 2 decades.
Mm-hmm.
And even Geno, had a resurgence. And Sam last year had a resurgence. I'm curious, is there any chapter, any anecdote on that? Why we have seen some of these guys that were quote-unquote busts and failed in other markets find a resurgence in a home the way that Sam did in Minnesota and Geno has the last couple of years in Seattle?
So that's a fascinating point, and it's one that I've thought a lot about, and I actually cut a chapter about it because, I couldn't include every single thought I had ever had on quarterbacks, but what you're touching on is fascinating that's happening right now, and it's like this entire economy of quarterbacks that – remember, Caleb Williams and Caleb's dad wanted him to have some agency. I wrote about it in the book over where he was picked because they know how much that matters. That you have, who drafts you has a huge, huge impact on your future, and you have no control over that. And I think that what we're seeing is a bunch of guys like Darnold, like Baker to a certain extent, definitely like Geno, who were drafted into situations that were historically poor, managed to survive. So they got broken in those situations. They managed to survive. They managed to go to places where they can take a little bit of a reset, learn from some smart coaches, and then when they get their shot again, it's like the game has slowed down enough and they kind of understand things in a way that they weren't able to do so before, and it gives them another life. And I think that that's something that's really interesting because for the longest time, if someone was a bust with the team that they were drafted by, they were out of the NFL. It was gone. And I think that that situation has changed quite a bit. And I think it's kind of, again, it's a big reflection on how few people can evaluate quarterbacks and how few people can coach them.
Well, I would say this too, Seth.
Will Levis, for instance, I think could be one of those guys. He had some success his first year, and he got hurt. He has to get his shoulder right. But if he could go someplace, assuming he leaves Tennessee, where he can work with a coach who knows offense, he might be one of those guys who could reemerge in that kind of ilk.
Well, it's really good timing because just this week, Sean Payton talking about some of these things publicly in the Denver market, and he doesn't mind taking a shot at the league, at Roger, at other owners. And he said something that Mike Mayock said to Salk and I in the lead up to the draft in March. Mike, off of experience, I think, with the Raiders and the NFL and all his years around it, and Sean obviously still in it, they both said the same thing. And that is 20 to 25 teams have hope right now in training camp, but got no chance because there's no ownership. There's no alignment with ownership. There's no commitment really from ownership to have alignment throughout the organization. So as you kind of elevate from just the individual of the quarterback position to the collective of the league in these different environments, in your life experience, Seth, around all these teams and organizations, do you buy that? That there's 20 teams that get this wrong, and they get it wrong because from the top down, ownership-wise, it's just dysfunctional.
Absolutely. Bill, with all respect to Sean and to Mike, Bill Walsh said that. He said, he always said we're competing against 8 teams. Those are the teams that have their act together. And, the rest of them don't. And, Belichick, I think, echoed that quite a bit. I wrote a book on the Patriots, but, you go back to his football life and he's talking about, how poor the Patriots were the season prior against the top teams in the AFC. So it really didn't, matter that they, won 11 games or whatever it was. They couldn't beat the teams that they needed to beat. And, and I think that, again, quarterback is the position that fascinates America most. I get into how it became fascinating, which really is interesting, and it goes back to 1885. But it's the position that Americans are fascinated with most and know the least about. And I think especially from a mental point of view, the things that you talked about, how you deal with stress, doubt, the ego involved that you have to have. I sat down with Steve Young and we started listing all of the hats that a quarterback has to wear, and I think that we stopped at 24, which was insane. I mean, that's different than playing, center field for the Yankees.
Does Russ factor into this story at all?
I didn't. So I picked my characters. They were somewhat subjective, but I picked them either based on stories that I simply had to tell because they were cultural archetypes like Unitas or Namath, right? Or stories that I was personally fascinated with. And Russ didn't factor into that. It has nothing to do with him, but it just, when I narrowed down the people that I wanted to really laser in on, he just wasn't one of them.
Okay. So I kind of have two things here, and they're related because I'm looking for some long-term advice for us as radio hosts, because this year we're going to be judging Sam Darnold every day, every week. Certainly, that's part of the gig, and we'll see what transpires with him. So I guess the first question is, what should we be looking for with Sam Darnold to judge him and figure out whether or not he's capable of being the franchise quarterback here in Seattle? If he falls short of that, and the Seahawks find themselves back in the mix to potentially draft somebody, we'll see what happens with Jalen Milroe. But if they're back in the mix, what's the number one thing that they should be looking for then, and that we should be calling for here on the radio, saying, no, you need to make sure you get the guy who does X?
Oh, man. I mean, I would be really, really rich if I could answer those questions with certainty. I think that, I think that you judge quarterbacks in a lot of different ways, but ultimately it's points scored. I mean, it's not statistics, even though that's part of it. I think it's points scored. So do the Seahawks have a potent offense? I think that that's the main thing. And do they have components that defenses consistently struggle to shut down? And then I think that, when you look beyond Darnold to whoever, the next person might be, I mean, and I do spend more time on this in the book than just the Sean Payton stuff, but I think we're evaluating college quarterbacks in a game that fundamentally just doesn't resemble the NFL. That's another problem with it. I mean, the hash marks in college create so much space for college quarterbacks, and the NFL game is kind of played in the middle of the field, whereas college isn't. And so I think that Caleb Williams, his numbers last year throwing over the middle, I mean, I think the coaches thought that he was tentative about pulling the trigger, throwing over the middle, because he hadn't done it very much in college. And I think that when you're looking at scouting college quarterbacks, there's two components. There's the pure arm talent. And even though we say, this guy can make all the throws, we really don't know until they actually do it, and they do it again and again, and they do it in the highest leverage moments. And then there's a question of handling mentally, being able to handle everything that comes with being an NFL quarterback. And, I think that that again is something that if there was a formula for that, it would be great. I mean, I think that Jalen Hurts is somebody who you can tell that he kind of lives in his own world. And I think that there's probably, it comes off as a little Zen-like at times and maybe a little confusing, but I think that that helps him, and it helps him deal with something when he's the quarterback of a football team and is responsible for a lot of things that he has no control over. I think that how they choose to handle that type of tension and stress and pressure would be the things I'd be looking at.
Well, this is my mind is just, as you can imagine, racing, Salk, and I've been doodling a lot of thoughts here. And I didn't realize Seth and I are kindred spirits. I mean, I was from Southeast Alaska and Puyallup. He was from Alaska. What town up in Alaska did you quarterback in?
Anchorage, yeah.
Yeah. So, we go way, way back. I land on this. Yeah. I think I land on this one, Seth, as much as anything. And after I say
all of us subarctic quarterbacks.
That's right. To answer Salk's question, like what are we looking for? I think I'm landing on this, and I'm living a life experience. It's really unique right now, watching my son kind of develop into a quarterback and my own life experience. I land on the fact that I don't think you can be a pleaser and be a quarterback today.
Mm-hmm.
All these personality traits, all these different, the way you framed it earlier of Andrew Luck and, the framework around you, the bubble, whatever. But I'd be really curious if you think back to all these different guys that you have interviewed from 1885 on. How many of them, by nature and their personality, were pleasers? Because I am, and I was, and it got to a point in a crossroads in my career where that ended me. Like, yep, you can't do that and perform at this level. I think that is an attribute that we'll study, I think, more and more in time at the position.
Alex Smith talks about this. He was like valedictorian of his high school class. And when he got to the NFL, like, he thought he had to be perfect. He thought he had to be Joe Montana, Steve Young, and Peyton Manning all wrapped into one. And football was playing for the 49ers was the first time he had ever really failed at something. And his sense of self, he told me he had no sense of self during those years. And, there were some outside factors also, but like, I think what you're saying is right, because he wanted to please so badly. And because of that, I think that he was riddled with a certain amount of insecurity that really haunted him for a long time, maybe until Jim Harbaugh got there.
Yep.
It's cool. I'm excited to read the book. Just a couple weeks away. It's called American Kings, a biography of the quarterback. It comes out September 9th. I assume you can buy it at that point everywhere, Amazon or local booksellers or anywhere you like to find. If you're a Kindle reader or whatever, it'll be everywhere. Seth, we appreciate it. Always love your work, even when we trash it and say that it's all lies and made up and you have no real source. No, sorry, that's other people who do it.
Exactly.
Sorry about that. You and Don and the rest of the group, we love what you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you guys do read it, I'll happily come back and talk about it. It's got a lot of great stuff. What it's like to be a quarterback, what it's like to be married to a quarterback, divorced from one.
Oh.
It's really.
Are these all experiences you've had, or just these are through interviews? Wow.
Thankfully, it's all other people's.
Okay. Hey, appreciate it, man. We let's do that. Let's talk after September 9th. Once we had a chance to read it, we'll have you back, and we'll talk again. Thanks, buddy.
Have a good day, you guys.
All right, there you go. There's Seth Wickersham, really excellent writer. And I like that. And I'm sure he's having fun with this because he gets to do something different where at the end of it, not everybody's going to hate him.
That's right. So I could do like a 4-hour podcast with him on that topic.
I bet.
Because the psychology of it, all of it, the life experience. It's funny that you don't think of Sean Payton because Sean Payton's roots are Bill Parcells.
I know that. I know. And as I was saying it, that was sort of buzzing around in my head. I guess I just think of just the
offense
sheer
and
number of
the
yards
volume,
and offense. Oh my God! And the volume passing,
but it was still rooted in avoiding mistakes.
Yeah, and Drew Brees.
So always a fine line too.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll use a lot of that. We'll come back to a lot of that. Really cool stuff. But today is also big baseball day as the Mariners are just rolling. We talked a little bit about how good the offense can be, but what's the outer limit for this thing? It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music to the ears.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
All right, guys, now is the time. It's time to start thinking about getting your roof done, right? It's summer, so you have mostly, not today, but mostly long, dry days. Roofing crews can work sun up to sundown. They're cranking out projects all over the region. And, of course, Riverside Roofing is leading the way, right? They are here in Marysville, but they serve the entirety of Western Washington, wherever you are. They do great work. Earn my recommendation. They earned the GAF Master Elites President's Club. That's, fewer than 1% of roofing companies in the entire country get that. So get a roofing quote. It'll take less than 60 seconds using Quick Quote. You can get that directly on riversideroofingllc.com. It'll pop up as soon as you go to the website. And then during and after the roofing job, you can expect your yard to be completely clean of debris because of the catch-all system. It's amazing. So that's why Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust. I do. I trust them, and I know I'm not the only one. Go to riversideroofingllc.com and find the roofing company you can trust.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hey friends, Stacy here. Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn is celebrating its 103rd year anniversary, and their biggest sales event of the year is going on right now. Take advantage of their great pricing on new Fords, Isuzus, and commercial vehicles. Check them out for yourself at wayscarford.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Lowe's knows when you're looking for reliability, the right brand makes all the difference. And now, Lowe's is the exclusive home improvement retailer for the Whirlpool water treatment line, including their Wi-Fi softener, under-sink filtration system, and more. With Whirlpool's proven performance and our everyday low prices, better tasting, better quality water is within reach. Shop pro-trusted brands like Whirlpool and more, in-store or online. Lowe's, we help, you save.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike
Heward. Not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Man, somebody's going to be in trouble, Brock. I'm gonna find the perpetrator, whoever stole the nice charging block for our iPad and left us with a little mini phone charging block. Oh, I'm gonna get somebody for this. I'm gonna find them and get them.
Do you want borderline breaking news?
Borderline breaking news?
Borderline breaking news. That
Yeah, I guess I do.
That just confirmed I was right because I was up in Alaska.
The best
I was at
kind
Brooks,
of breaking news.
I was at Brooks River. I was around those bears up there, exactly where this viral video is going on with Bowie. And yep, I nailed it. That's exactly where it was, at Brooks. Yep. Actually, it was a couple weeks before we got up there, so they had been sitting on that for a while. But that was right where I was screaming at that bear, Salk. Hey bear! Hey bear! Like you got to let that bear know. And on top of it, there was some extra dry cleaning for Bowie's costume, exactly as I thought there would.
Okay, so my question though, what's the borderline breaking news?
I was right. That was at Brooks River in Alaska, and it's not AI.
I'm going to ask
totally
the same
real.
question. What is the borderline breaking news?
Bowie's uniform had to get some extra dry cleaning, so I just kind of nailed all those things.
Just
I nailed
stop
all
it.
of
Don't
them.
be mean to Bowie. That's not right.
I'm not being mean to Bowie.
You are a little bit. You're exposing what's going on underneath
Even when I'm
his
right,
suit.
Salk, even when I'm right with my breaking news, you give me no credit.
This is not breaking news. I think this is...
I called it borderline breaking news.
We just had this very smart, intelligent interview, I think, right? Very thoughtful with Seth Wickersham. He's a really smart guy, a great writer. And we kind of went deep and kind of took the show in a podcasty direction for a few minutes.
And
Thank you for bringing it back to the lowest common denominator for a few minutes. Talking about whether or not Bowie pooped his pants.
He pooped his pants.
Sheesh. Let's get Seth Wickersham back on the line. He wouldn't talk about that kind of garbage. Oh, man.
All right, let's talk about this Mariners
I
offense.
could make the transition if I were a pitcher, an opposing pitcher. I might be feeling the same way every time this lineup looks. I mean, I really am impressed. I probably sound like a broken record. But for the last almost a week now, since getting Gino, I just keep coming back to how deep this lineup is and how many ways they can beat you. And it's not that any one person does. It's not that they got Eugenio Suarez, so now they're that. That's not it. It's not that they got Josh Naylor, so now they're good. That one player makes them. No, it's not that. Mm-hmm. It's to me the sort of multi-pronged attack that this offense now can. And it doesn't mean it's going to work every day. There will be days it doesn't work. Gino's volatile, and he'll be up and down, and Julio is the same way. And Randy has some ups and downs. I'm not saying they're perfect. They're not. But they've got a lot of different ways to beat you and a lot of different options for who can beat you.
So I think
that makes them unique, at least in our time here together in Seattle.
Yes, cosign all of that. And I think while we're on the same page, Salk, the baseball, and I've learned this over all of these years of watching it, right, banking all of these seasons and all these marathons, that trap games and urgency and all this stuff is just different in this sport than it is others. But I will and still believe that human nature and psychology is involved. And when that guy on the mound is 60 feet away and it's a lineup that is over and 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 over, pressurizing you, and you can't take a breather, that's real. Because I think we felt it on the other side. When you faced the Dodgers, when you faced the Astros in their prime, you're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, Brian Wu talked about this. Let me play this for you. Brian Wu actually addressed that from his perspective last night, and just the sheer depth of this lineup.
Yeah, it's deep. There's really no easy pocket, I feel like, for the whole lineup. Anytime it's like 1 through 5 or 6 all has like 20 plus or something. I don't know what it is. And then the bottoms, all has power, all can run, all pesky. So it's just, there's no fun parts of it, which is exactly how you want it to be. But it's definitely been a lot of fun to watch so far.
Baseball these days, man, it's pockets and tunnels. Tunnels.
Oh, I was wondering if he was in Naylor's lowrider with the bass bumping and thumping right there where the interview was.
That might be true too. But pockets and tunnels, right? Tunnels in terms of tunneling your pitches, pockets in terms of the parts of the lineup that you're going to treat in different ways. And I think he's right. There is no real easy pocket. Obviously, 7, 8, 9 is going to be the easiest part in theory. But I like the words he used. Yeah, no, 7, 8, 9 is pretty pesky. Oh, and don't make a mistake to Dominic Canzone, who's almost hitting 300 and keeps hitting bombs. And JP will continue to battle and grind, has been at the top of the order most of the year. And if you do make a mistake to him, he might hit it out to win a game like he did the other day. And Cole Young, all right, the numbers maybe over the course of the full season aren't incredible, but look what he's done the last month or two as he started to figure it out. They look pretty darn good.
Yep.
There really isn't an easy pocket of the lineup. And you're right. I do think that does put a stress on a pitcher.
I think if you know, and just to back to the Seth Wickersham and my world a little bit, you know, you played opponent, Salk, and you played corners, and you were willing to put it out there. You're willing to give your guy a shot. You're willing to, yep, okay, I know this one. We're going to create separation, and I'm going to, you know, and Peyton would say this. Even Peyton in his prime would say this. Like, I need gimmies, right? Everything can't be hard, or you just, over the course of a game and season, kind of wear down. And in this lineup, over the last number of years, as many have clamored for change, there have been some gimme outs, some gimmies like, okay, you make your pitches. Yeah, you're gonna beat that guy.
The way Garver was going last year, the way Dylan Moore was going at times this year. I mean, like, we've seen it. The Colton Wongs, like, and guys
Correct.
who got, and Polanco last year, like, guys who got a lot of at bats where they were a break for the pitcher.
Yep, not many breaks. Randy is a 2020 guy. Julio's a 2020 guy. Kyle's could be a 50 guy. Eugenio could be a 50 guy this year. Naylor is right, left, platoon neutral, just scrappy, difficult, pain in the butt, unbelievably abrasive. Polanco, you know, yeah, it's streaky, but he's a pro. He gives you pro at bats. Canzone's got damage capabilities. JP, as we mentioned, and Cole Young's the only rookie in there, and the third youngest position player in all the league, and not playing like it. And probably because those around him are elevating him and make it a little better for him as well. So, yeah, this is unlike anything we have encountered in our years together.
I also like, you know, one note on the way it was created here at the deadline, and one of the reasons I think Mariners fans are very excited, and it did make me think a little bit of John Schneider's last couple of drafts. Sometimes the obvious thing is the right thing.
That's right.
Like, you can't manage like a fan, or you'll end up one, and the
Yep.
fans are not always right about what a team needs and what they should do. But this was a great example of, like, yeah, this was the thing to do. It was obvious. Everybody knew this. Right? We talked about it. There were other ways to maybe get it done. We didn't know what it was going to cost, but there was not a soul who said, wait, you can have Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez? No, bad idea. Nobody said that.
Nope.
This was fairly obvious. They needed to get Gino Suarez back, and if you have the opportunity to add someone like Josh Naylor, yeah, you did the obvious thing.
Yeah, and to do so.
I love it. You didn't outthink the
yeah.
room. You just went out and did exactly what you needed to do.
Yep, and you know, to be analogous to that kind of NFL, like you didn't give away your first round pick next year, or the year after that, or the year after that. Like you kept all your assets. And oh, by the way, did you see Colt Emerson?
I did. It was a really nice play. And what, his first game in Double-A? I was really psyched. I wasn't here, but psyched to say that he got promoted. That's awesome. So did Jerangelo Saintia. I'm sure you guys did that Need to Know over the last couple of days, right? Because that is awesome. Really, really cool and showing some awesome growth for two guys that, especially in Colt Emerson's. I mean, he's young. He was young for Single A, for High A. He's going to be very, very young for Double-A, and if he can have some success there, he's not that far away. As you know, Double-A not that far from the big leagues these days. All right, let's come back with everything you need to know. We got trash takes today. Are you guys ready to be judged by the trash master in his new hat? It's coming up at 9:45. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch to Cal, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and all these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. Been pretty cool time as our football team in town celebrates 50 years and so many great players. And when you see them, you see the wear and tear of the game of football on their bodies. From an orthopedic standpoint, their bodies hurt, their bodies are banged up. But you don't have to play pro sports to know what I'm talking about. I know many of you woke up this morning with painful joints from anything in that doggone itis family, and it affects you. It makes it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that is where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, is ready for your phone call. 425-823-4000. 823-4000. Dr. Nelson has seen so many patients suffering from chronic joint pain through the years, so no matter what walks through the door, he's got a remedy. Consider him the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. Many have jumped aboard lately. Regenerative medicine's become very popular over the last decade, but for Dr. Nelson, this was his heart and his passion when he began medicine well over 30 years ago. So if pain is affecting your quality of life, give him a call, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
And now, Tales of Another Way. You've got your same old playlist, but another song about a breakup is just a downer. 2 minutes in your music app, and now you're groovin', man. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Tolling begins soon, and you can save $2 per toll with a Good-to-Go pass. Get a free sticker pass at goodtogo509.com.
Beat rising costs at Lake Washington Windows and Doors. For a limited time, get a 20% inflation discount and enjoy easy 18-month free financing with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
This is Steve Ahmed, president of Pacific Power Batteries. We know that customers like to buy from nice people, people who we generally like and trust. We don't consciously buy from a corporation, a jingle, or a logo. But it's the little things, like knowing about batteries, how they work, and why they don't work. Maybe it's just a smile from Noe, or Brandon, or Jennifer, or even Travis. Ha! At Pacific Power Batteries, we do our best to hire and train good people so you can trust them. So come on in and put us to the test.
Looking for an epic summer night in Seattle? Be here for the Mariners Drone Show at T-Mobile Park, Friday, August 22nd, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
It is Grand Salami time! Cal Raleigh with his third Grand Slam of the season.
The team is taking on the A's at 7:10, and after the game, we'll be lighting up the sky with hundreds of drones, celebrating Mariners icons past and present. Don't miss out on a jaw-dropping post-game show.
He got him! He puts him away! And the ball game is over. Another phenomenal save by Andres Munoz.
Head to Mariners.com to grab your seats and see the full lineup of special events, including Kids Appreciation Day, Sunday, August 24th, and the Logan Gilbert Funko Pop giveaway, September 8th to 10th. Plus, check out a great slate of marquee interleague matchups against the Padres, Cardinals, and Dodgers.
Julio clubs this deep out to left field and gone. Julio for the second time.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Step back into automotive history at LeMay, America's Car Museum. The current exhibit, Rare and Luxurious, features 100 years of exceptional automobiles, including stunning classics to beauties worth millions. Feel the thrill of driving a Formula One car on the exhilarating racing simulators and lunch in the cafe. It's a must activity for out-of-town guests, friends, and families. Plan your visit at americascarmuseum.org. Open Thursday through Monday. Visit americascarmuseum.org today.
Contractors and heavy equipment operators, get ready. The James G. Murphy Auction Company presents one of the biggest heavy equipment auctions of the summer. On the auction block, we've got 13 excavators, including a 2018 Komatsu PC-238 USLC-11, a 2015 Komatsu PC-138, and a CAT 308 mini excavator. Also up for auction, a 2020 Komatsu WA-270-8 wheel loader, a 2017 John Deere 317G skid steer, 2 backhoes, and 3 rollers. Looking for trucks? Choose from over 100 options, including a 2017 Kenworth T880 with a wet kit and 4 Vector trucks. And if you're in need of contractor's equipment, we've got a massive assortment for you to choose from. Bidding starts 10 a.m. Thursday the 7th and starts closing at 10 a.m. August 14th. And don't miss your chance to preview all items August 12th through the 13th from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. at our Marysville location. For more information, visit murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
The Mariners can hit this in. The Mariners can hit, and they showed it last night. I know Chicago's not that great, so I'm not going to just jump up and down because you beat up on a bad Chicago team.
That pitcher shoved against them earlier this year, man.
You got to let me finish.
Sorry.
Pitchers are, jeez.
Sorry.
You're making me sound like I'm being negative Nelly. I was going to say some of the same stuff. Either way, I don't care who's pitching. You score 8 runs, you're doing something. You do it with the long ball. You do it with the new guys. You do it with the full mix. You do it with Josh Naylor spitting on pitches he hates, hitting long balls, and then tossing his bat in his own unique way.
Pitch on the way, swinging a well-hit ball deep to right field. This one is going. Goodbye, baseball. Josh Naylor with a home run. His 13th of the season, second as a Seattle Mariner. The Mariners add 2 more here in the bottom of the 7th inning, and it's now the Mariners 8 and the White Sox 1. Another home run for the Mariners, their 3rd of the night.
How do you feel about Josh Naylor now that you've had a chance to watch him for almost 2 weeks?
He confirms why me and Passon had him as our number 1 guy. Like that, I wanted that guy. He's an absolute. We played against him. Mariners played against him for all those years, Salk, in Cleveland and even Arizona in the series. He's just he's an irritant. He's one of those. He's like Rodney Harrison and Junior Seau, and some of these just irritants that, man, when you play against him, you really don't like him because that guy is just annoying and he's difficult and he's a pain in the butt. And I'm not talking personality; he's a player. But then when he's yours, you're like, yeah, I love this guy. And yeah, he's lived up to the billing completely. Quality at bats, righty, lefty, doesn't matter. Just absolutely the guy that this team and this lineup needed.
We talked about some of the depth of the lineup, and I think Dan used another nice word to describe it.
We've made some changes in the lineup, and I think people are starting to settle into that role, to their roles there, and I think they're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable. We've swung the bat really well here at home, and just starting to gel a little bit. I think obviously the pieces we've added, having those big bats in the lineup is huge, and you see what they did tonight. Being able to strike, and Naylor continuing to he's a really smart, headsy player, able to be aggressive on the bases as well.
He could go on for a while just kind of talking through all those guys, but there is some momentum to this, right? To this offense, and when it starts running downhill in a good way, yeah, you can see how dangerous it can be. Astros win, Rangers beat the Yankees, Mariners in a good spot, back at it tonight, George Kirby and Jonathan Cannon.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Meanwhile, they could get healthier as well. Victor Robles going to start his rehab assignment on August 12th, so that's next week, and could be available sooner rather than later, which would be a very interesting addition to this lineup. And then you got Bryce Miller, who had an excellent first rehab start, more from Hollander.
Yeah, he told me that is the best he's felt all year, from including spring training. From day one of spring to today, he said that outing was the most like last year he's felt, and it looked like it. He was awesome.
I believe 50 of 67 pitches were strikes, and as Passon said, he tickled 98. I love that with velocity. He tickled 98 miles an hour as he was just throwing seeds.
Just tickled it.
But he's going to have, no matter how much he clamors and wants and whines, he's going to have 2 more rehab starts to make sure he's totally right for the home stretch of the season.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Luke Raley probably going to be back sooner rather than later as well. Going to start his assignment soon. And then even Ryan Bliss may be available by the end of the year, although a rehab stint wouldn't start until September.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
With all the baseball going on, it's still just about to be football season. You get game 1 of the preseason tomorrow night. And, of course, it's Pete Carroll and Geno Smith. And, of course, we'll spend a lot of tomorrow talking about that story and having those guys here and what it means for them, for Pete Carroll. He knows where he's going to be.
It's the only game we got. Happens to be in Seattle. I loved my time in Seattle and love the fans and the people that we met and dealt with and competed with. But it's a game for us. We can go play ball. I have not heard anything about what you just talked about. I don't know what you're talking about tributes or whatever.
Don't give me that look, man. It's the only look I got. It's the only game we got on the schedule, Salky.
At the end. I haven't heard about any of that stuff.
Can I have 2 pieces of sound tomorrow on the sound sheet, Maura? Can I ask for an early Soundhound bark and get 2 pieces of sound? Number one of them, well, Salk can play this. It's in the system, and that's just game day rolls. I mean, it's game day rolls tomorrow, so we're going to have to play Don't play it now.
No.
No,
it's not game day rolls right now.
It ain't game day rolls
I would
yet.
insult
Don't
great
you-
Thomas Rawls like that.
Don't you dare do that and play it now. That is
At
game
what
day
point
rolls.
will it have been too long since Thomas Rawls has been here to play
Never.
that cut?
I like game day
Never,
rolls.
Maura.
I promise it'll still be better than the Top Gun cut, which has nothing to do with what Pete
That's
just
fine.
said.
Number 2, I need
Zero.
the sound. I need the sound of Pete with us with his upside down AirPods when he broke the news of how cool it was that the first game is against Seattle.
That was funny.
That was really funny.
That was very.
So,
Now this
so
is
that
really
wasn't
fun.
funny. That was really
This
fun.
is really fun. Also, the people in Vegas got to start to learn what Pete means. They think this means all the starters are going to play.
You think you'll play your full set of starters on Thursday?
Everybody's alive. Everybody's ready to go.
Everybody's alive. That doesn't mean they're going to play. I'm alive. I'm not going to play.
Good thing they're not dead like that quarterback that Wickersham talked to in 1885. That guy's dead.
Oh, I thought you meant the guy who had the car accident who's not. I thought it was going to be kind of a low blow, Brock.
No,
All right, that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour.
Do you want the sound of Pete on with us when he? I think he knew he wasn't supposed to say this, but
course
he
he
decided
did.
to say it anyways.
Hey, what a coincidence, huh? How about the opening game of preseason? Is that out?
I don't think
Oh,
that's
not out yet. Oh, there you go again, kid.
Okay, so we just wait do you see?
Coming up
wait,
here?
Wait do you see?
Coming up. Who could it possibly be, Pete?
What a coincidence. Oh, is it gonna be a little weird to watch him run out and wear the silver and black? Maybe this is all fun stuff for tomorrow.
I don't
but
think it's going to be that
Is it
weird.
going to be more weird to see him than it was Russell Wilson run out as a Denver Bronco in week 1?
That didn't seem
I
that
know
weird
it's-
either.
I know
Did you
it's
see his press conference
preseason.
yesterday?
Russ's?
No, Pete's.
I saw that Russ
Sunglasses.
sent. Oh, whoa, what?
I don't think I ever saw him wear sunglasses the whole time he was here in a press conference.
No, and remember when the rain, when he'd be covering his face with his hand because he wouldn't wear a
Is
hat?
this a Vegas thing?
Well, look, you
Probably.
kind of need sunglasses in Vegas.
You don't really need them too much.
Like if there's a place where you need sunglasses, Vegas,
Yes.
Phoenix, like it's kind of hard to function there without those things. So yeah, maybe that was maybe that's a part of it. I don't know. It's a good question, Maura. Thank you.
It wasn't
pointing
weird
that
for
out.
you to see Russ run out as a Bronco? You don't think
I
it's
think so. I
weird
don't
at all
remember.
with Gino and Pete? You're just,
Well, it won't be
transactional.
weird with Gino. He's only here a few years. Like, I don't know. That doesn't strike me as something that would be that weird. But I'll tell you, yeah, did you see that Russ sent Jalen Milroe a signed jersey?
I did.
Why?
Why did that story get out?
Why are you sending that? Like, aren't you? Don't most people think of him as a pariah at this point? And they're like, dude, you're not part of this organization. Stop sending this.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that Jalen Milroe seemed to like it and smiled for the camera and
Well,
stuff.
I mean, they're celebrating their 50 years, and he's the greatest quarterback to ever play, and top 50
So-
guy.
It didn't feel right.
It was a Fanatics. It was a setup thing where they asked
Okay.
rookies
All
about
right.
guys they admired, and I think Jalen Milroe had said Russell Wilson.
All right.
So-
Why do you, Maura? Why do you have to share the facts of the story?
I didn't know.
It's
I
way
didn't know
better
those
when
facts.
You don't know those.
No,
But
I
it was
appreciate
something
that.
through Fanatics.
I'll
yeah.
retract then. I retract. Thank you, Maura.
But I was
retract.
wondering the same thing at first.
When you see it, you're just like, what in the world are you doing, man?
If it was
Like,
unsolicited, it was pretty weird.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I got
So
the
it was
jersey
so
signed
it
by
was
the backup
solicited.
quarterback for the Giants. Cool. Awesome. Thanks, man. Who are you again? We'll be right back on Brock and Salk.
Seahawks training camp is underway.
That is music of the year.
And nobody gives you more insider access than the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Coach McDonald sitting down with us right now. This thing on and ready for you.
Watch how the Seahawks roster comes together.
Seattle Sports training camp coverage is presented by the Landing in Renton.
Seahawks training camp on Seattle Sports on 710, the Seattle Sports app, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
All right, let's talk talk for a minute here as it is raining, and we know that we'll get a whole lot more of that later in the season. If it starts to build up or you're seeing any flooding or anything in and around your house, maybe coming from the crawl space, you got to get Crawl Pros to come out and do a free corner-to-corner inspection just like they did at my house, because the water's got to go somewhere. And it was pouring earlier today. I know it's supposed to get nicer later, but that water's got to go somewhere. And if it is finding its way into the structure or anything like that, that can be a major, major problem for you and for your financial future as well. So have Crawl Pros come out. They'll take a look, see the crawl space and attic, and see if they need to do a sump pump or something to reroute that drainage out and away from your house. Here's how you start. Go to crawlpros.com if you're worried about water damage, mold, insulation issues, critters, anything else related to your crawl space or attic. Call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed, all in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data, except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
About Chick-fil-A chicken strips is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. That's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Man, look at that Return of the Old King, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The vegan? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th, at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th, at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell, with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package, or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details. You can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at PCFgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handle employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left, you want Chevy, go to the right, you want Mazda, because I didn't even have enough time time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, man, come with me. Let me show you. And then having him come back and not dress me down is just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, cross the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Seahawks have an early walkthrough today as they get ready, and that's why there's no player availability for us today because they got a game tomorrow. So no players the day before the game, which is kind of a bummer. Would have been nice to talk to a Seahawk today, but we'll get to see them actually, play a game tomorrow, which should be fun. And all of our training camp coverage for the Seahawks is brought to you by The Landing in Renton. We got Trash Takes coming up here in 15 minutes. Really enjoyed our conversation earlier today with Seth Wickersham, who's got a cool book coming out on quarterbacks. If you got some time, go find that later wherever you get your podcasts or on Seattle Sports app or whatever's the best way for you to access something. YouTube maybe is a good spot for that as well. I like the questions you asked me earlier, Brock, or that you sent me that I kind of threw back at you, and just trying to figure out where the Mariners now kind of go from here. 3 games out in the West. They're in a wild card spot as we speak, which sort of has that element of, hey, you're up a little bit of money in Vegas, so you can now kind of go big, right? Go big or go home. You're not trying to get out of a hole. Like, no, you're in the wild card spot. Can you go chase down the Astros? Would that make you feel differently about the Mariners, their season, and even heading into the postseason if they make it? I mean, even if they have to still.
Well, have you recalibrated the goal? Just individual, like you said earlier, you're not betting on it or picking on it, but I mean, should we collectively recalibrate that this shouldn't be about a wild card? It should be about winning the West?
I don't think that matters to me all that much. I mean, like, yeah. Because unless you've got, the top record, it doesn't really matter. It's all basically the same for everybody. So I don't know. I don't know that necessarily is a big deal to me.
I think it is kind of a big deal to me.
But I think they're going to. Like, I think
unseating the champs and taking from them and doing something. You made the playoffs just a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Let's, in a historic year from Cal Raleigh, with the urgency the management showed, that ownership showed of adding payroll and adding veteran players, like, to me, whether it's got to be said or unsaid in the clubhouse, like, I hope they recalibrate and let's go win this freaking American League West. It's right there for the taking. Oh, by the way, you've got the White Sox for 2. The Rays come in for 3, who have always been a scrappy matchup. Then you got Baltimore out on the road. And the Astros, after they finish the Marlins today, they've got the Red Sox and the Yankees.
Right. So let me kind of recalibrate was hard for me. And I think the word that really jumped out for me was, like, make it the goal. Well, of course it's the goal. It's always been the goal. I would be
maybe expectation.
Yeah, the only problem I have with that is, okay, so if they fall short of that, but they make the playoffs and then win a couple series, what are we going to say? They didn't do enough? Like, I'm disappointed because they didn't win the West.
It's the Ohio State Buckeyes that lost to Michigan but got in the playoff and won 3 straight and won a national title.
Except it's not that, because there's like some deeply personal issues between the Buckeyes and Michigan. Like,
there is?
Yeah, a little bit. Okay. And I know there's some people that don't like the Astros, but it's not the same thing. So, like, I don't know. Yes, I think the goal should be to win the West. I think they can win the West. I actually think they will win the West. But I'm not going to sit here and be like, they blew it. Like, all they did was get in as a wild card. Like, I just don't think that way.
Well,
the goal in baseball is to get in.
Passon said the other day that Rangers series was everything that they envisioned when they started this rebuild.
Mm-hmm.
Can you frame it from the way of, do you feel like the rebuild is complete?
Yes. I mean, I think I said that last week.
So then the division should be.
It's attainable.
It should be, yeah. I think Brock's right that it should be your goal.
It is their goal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But, again, recalibrating it, like, it's always been their goal to win the division. But the first goal is to get into the playoffs. But when
you were 8 back a month ago, that was not a realistic thing. It's like, let's dig ourselves out of this hole.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yes, it was. It was always a realistic thing. It was still early enough in the year, and I don't think the Astros are that good. And I've never thought they were that good. I'm not saying they're bad, but they're not that good.
I don't like when you do this. The last time you did this, the
they're
Rangers
going to win 10
won a
in a
World
row.
Series.
Okay.
So please don't do this.
They could
anymore.
win a World Series. They could win a World Series.
I get what you're saying, but if you're a player on that team and you're not sure what they're going to go do at the trade deadline and you're not sure that they're going to go all in, maybe, of course, you have to tell yourself that you can compete for a World Series, but maybe you're not as sure as you are now that they've completed this roster the way they have.
Okay, well, I think they can win a World Series whether they win the West or not. Like, I got a text. It's funny. I got a text here. Oh, look at me. I'm sulky. I'm from Boston where they have plenty of championships. It doesn't matter if you win the West. Well, the most important championship I ever watched in Boston was in 2004. They didn't win the East. Like, the problem with setting a goal like that, for me, is that if you don't achieve the goal of the West, then what? You hang it up? Like, the goal is to get into the playoffs. It's certainly better if you win the West. It's cool to have more home games and all of that.
Advantage.
Right? All those things are great. But the goal is to get in. And if you can get in by winning the West, great. The goal is to be as hot as you can be heading into the postseason and to be locked in and to be focused and to have all of those things and to be healthy. All of those things heading into the postseason. And if you get in as a wild card versus getting in as the winner of the West, I don't care that much. I do think they're going to win the West. I really do. Like, I think they're better than the other two teams, and it just feels like they're starting to, like, gather some momentum. But, again, I'm not betting on that. I'm not predicting it.
Is the top seed in question or in sight now, in view?
Is it? That's a good question.
5 or 6 back, I believe, with 48 to go. Toronto's obviously played really good ball. Boston's as hot as anybody. Detroit is cooled off. They made some additions. They're not playing at the
I mean, you're
pace they
5.5 back at Toronto. Feels hard. Feels hard to imagine. Not impossible, but hard.
I mean, that's what I was going to say. How much does winning the West really matter? What really matters is getting a top 2 seed and getting one of those buys. Because if you get that 3rd seed, then you still have to play in the fluky wild card round.
What's the number 2 seed then? Is that Detroit?
Tigers
right
are
now?
only 1 back of the Blue Jays. So you're 4.5 out of that.
You're
5.5
back in the West. You're 4.5 back from the number 2 seed. Those to me have got to be. And again, it's
I
not
would think the number 2
be-all.
seed is a much bigger goal because I'm with Lyle. I think that's part of what I was trying to say. If you can get to those top 2 seeds and you get that huge advantage, great. But the difference between being a wild card team and being the 3rd division winner, it's really not that significant.
So let me cement my thought a little bit. Not to be said, not written on a wall, not changing Dan's narrative or conversation, because baseball is not about this and having to verbalize and reset these goals internally and all of that. But I would have to imagine that the Josh Naylors, the Eugenio Suarez's, the Cal Raleighs, the Julios, the Randys that have been down the road, have seen some of this, are saying, hey, boys, like, 4.5 back from the 2 seed, 5.5 back from the 1 seed. Our ownership and our management has put the gas in the tank. Let's go do this thing, right? Let's go be the number 1 seed and have that bye. Let's go be the number 2 seed. 4.5 or 5.5 back on August 5th or 6th. I think that guy that's in the broadcast booth and was last night was twice that distance back, way back when.
Well, again,
you ever heard that story, Salk?
Once or twice. Was little Joey Cora involved? Like, again, do I think they're going to happen? Can it happen? Of course it can. Can you make up 5.5 or 4.5 games in 6-7 weeks? Yeah.
Well, these next 7, 8, 9 battles are pretty critical in that process because the Mets and the Phillies and the Astros and stuff coming down the pipe. So this is where that word that I love that you say, like lock in, and you see teams do it. And I don't know if it's lock in mode, 48 games to go, Salk. That feels like still
a little early
of this season.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Yes.
Yeah, but who has it when you get to late September and into October? Yeah, I mean, if you're the team that has it, then you have a real opportunity because none of these other teams you're talking about, Toronto, Detroit, Houston, Boston, New York, Texas, none of them are so good that you should feel any real fear.
None of them have a roster that they roll out. None of them have a lineup card that they put out, and it's so overwhelming.
That's right.
To what you, and you have had that in years past. You've had some of these lineup cards over the years past because of a few of the holes within your lineup, some of the pockets within your lineup.
Let me ask you this question. How many teams in baseball, right? I don't know if you're looking at the standings, but I happen to be because you were asking me about it. How many teams in all of Major League Baseball right now have a winning percentage above 60%?
Is it Milwaukee?
Yep.
Milwaukee does. I would. Toronto does.
Nope.
Really?
Yeah.
They
There's
don't
one
even
team.
get to that threshold.
There's one team.
Wow.
The Brewers have a 611 winning percentage. That's it. Dodgers 579, Blue Jays 583, the Mariners are at 535. Like, guys, this whole league, for all of the talk, nobody can compete with the Mets and the Phillies and the Dodgers and the money and this and that. The Phillies have a 575 winning percentage. The Dodgers are 579. The Cubs are 575. The Mets are, where are the Mets? 553. Same with the Padres. This league just isn't that good this year. Mm-hmm. And I know people are kind of getting mad at me for saying it. Like, well, those are just the numbers. The league's pretty even. The two league leaders are the Brewers at 611 and then the Blue Jays at 583. Now, end of the year, that could start to separate a little bit. Teams have sold, and maybe they get worse, right? I mean, now Cleveland's totally out of it, and the Twins have sold everything that wasn't tied down. I mean, like, so games against those teams may start to change some of these winning percentages, and who's good and who's bad, I think, may change a little bit. So please don't hold me to this forever. But the way you've looked at it so far through the first two-thirds of the season, there aren't any great teams in Major League Baseball. Mm-hmm. And that includes the Dodgers, partially because of injury. But none of these teams are great. So, yeah, win the West. I think they can. If you don't, get in as a wild card and beat some of these other teams that are okay. They're good. Like, again, I think maybe I said Texas was bad earlier. They're not a bad team. Mm-mm. But, like, you watch that Texas team, are you, like, dumbfounded by what they could do? Like, no. They're okay. The Astros are okay. The Red Sox are okay. The Tigers didn't look all that good the 6 times you played them. Even the Blue Jays don't seem that good. So I don't know. I am actually pretty bullish and pretty optimistic. Some of it because of what the Mariners have done in creating a lineup that's better than we've seen in our entire tenure here together, Brock, 16 years plus. And some of it is because of the league around them that, quite frankly, is not as good as it's been plenty of other years.
You want a quirky little number, by the way? That I don't know if it's going to anger you or not, or you're just going to kind of stick your chest out and chin up a little bit more. I was thinking the last time the Mariners led the American League West in runs scored on August 6th. Like, when was the last time? As they find themselves right now
is that
leading.
True?
Right now, they lead the American League West in runs scored.
West. I thought you said the American League.
No,
okay.
No. Toronto.
Probably been a while.
Boston, yeah, I'm gonna imagine it's been a while. So I just out of fun was like, okay, so right now they've scored
ChatGPT that thing?
No, my own handiwork. 4.6 runs a game right now.
Okay,
4.6 runs a game in 2023. That team that Salk liked an awful lot. You know, for the
ago.
Yes. Do you know what they averaged for the season? Not on August 5th. I don't have those skills, but for the season, do you know what they averaged?
4.3.
4.7.
Wow. Isn't that crazy?
Isn't that a funny little number?
Yeah.
Now, obviously, Naylor and Suarez and some of these additions and what you've had to play with some injuries and some
you know how I feel about that team. That team was a lot better than people gave it credit for.
It was.
Yeah. I mean, that team could actually score a lot of runs.
It sure could.
Yeah. I
sure
feel actually pretty strongly about that.
Yes.
Anyway, I'll give you one other note as we're just sort of looking through some of the standings, and some things do jump out to you. I said that the Blue Jays are leading the American League in winning percentage. Where do you think they are in run differential? 7th.
7th?
The Blue Jays are just a plus 36. Isn't that weird? It's been a weird year. Yankees are actually the leader at plus 87. The Red Sox right behind them. Then the Tigers. And then the Rangers, Astros, Rays, Blue Jays. And then the Mariners. And yet, again, you kind of watch these games and look at these rosters. And I really do think that the Mariners are the team of that group that I would be very hesitant to play in a playoff series if I was any of those other clubs. All right, miss this.
Where's your bucket hat?
I got my bucket hat. Give me the music, and let's hear some trash takes.
Get it together. Don't look like trash.
Trash takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh.
I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
It is hard. It's hard to hear with the bucket hat on. And now I've got it too low, so I can't see either.
Ridiculous in that take, dude.
When the headphones are on, it doesn't even look like a bucket hat. It just looks
it just looked like a hat. I know. Let's see if I can do it like this. Can you talk? Let me see. Can I hear you?
It's an awesome hat, though.
Oh, I can kind of hear you, but
that's an awesome Alaska hat.
It's something, that's for sure.
By the way, I got another view. I sent it to you guys from my Kraken friends of that bear going after Bowie.
Yeah.
I think that bear, it looks very ominous, but I think that bear was like, what in the world is this bright blue alien?
I don't blame it.
I think he was more in discovery mode than it was attack mode.
Again, I don't blame it. Yeah, I don't blame it. What is this thing? They should do a whole series of various wild animals trying to figure out what Bowie is.
I think they should just bring up a bunch of, bring Blitz up in that river. What would that bear think of a...
Might be more intimidated, to be honest with you.
Yes.
Yeah, like, oh, that's a giant bird. Keep my distance. Now, the moose, he'd be like, it's kind of a small moose, so maybe the bear goes after the moose. I don't know.
Now, what your blob thing from 7-Eleven? That would be a problem.
Tungus?
Tungus would get eaten.
Tungus gotta go.
He'd look too good.
Tungus take a look at that bear and exit.
No, that bear would look at Tungus and say, I'm eating every part of that thing.
The bear wants the French fries and the chips and the gum and everything else that was hanging off of Tungus. Too much good stuff. Tungus gotta go. All right, guys, let's do some trash takes. Lyle, you got to go first today. I don't know why. That's just what I've come up with.
Okay. Well,
do you have a take, Lyle? Do you have a take, or are you just pulling this out?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right.
So Josh Naylor continues to torment the White Sox like he did last night, and on their postgame show in Chicago, the TV postgame show, they had an idea for how to end all the Josh Naylor madness against the White Sox, and they said this.
Of course, Josh Naylor hit a home run because he is contractually obligated to hit home runs against the White Sox every time they play us. Do you have $1 billion? Because I want to collect $1 billion and give it to Josh Naylor to play for the White Sox. I give him $2 billion. He's a free agent after this.
Take all the sun go to the White Sox. He go downhill on that thing.
I mean,
I'm Ozzie Guillen there.
Yeah, it's Ozzie Guillen. I'm laughing at the idea that Josh Naylor alone will fix the Chicago White Sox.
Well, I think it's just that he wouldn't have to play against the White Sox, right? They just want him to not play against them.
I guess, but they need a lot more than Josh Naylor to fix that team.
It's true. Okay.
$1 billion.
He upped it very quickly from $1 to $2 billion.
What did
Talk
Ozzie
about
say
negotiating against yourself. That guy could be president.
Ozzie was saying, he said that if they were to sign him, it would just all go downhill. He'd come to the White Sox, and Ozzie thinks he'd be awful if he went there.
Can you imagine doing pre and post for the White Sox every day?
I don't know, but it doesn't sound like they're under club control. That's for sure.
No.
All right.
By the way,
yeah,
Naylor is hitting. Oh wait, this just must be this year. I'm trying to look at his career numbers against the White Sox.
I bet they're pretty good, given the way they reacted to it. All right, Lyle. Chicago TV and Ozzie Guillen wanting to offer $1 billion or $2 billion for Josh Naylor. Brock, what do you got today?
Oh, this one's kind of hard because you and I really like Louis Riddick.
Yeah.
But this feels like it's going back to the draft.
Oh, no.
And, you know, that stat, that old algorithm of Shedeur Sanders in the, 150 sacks he took the last 2 years at Colorado. Probably not great, but man, Lewis and Mel and all of them, right? It was defend Shedeur. So now Shadeur's going to get to start. He's going to get to start the preseason game without many reps, Salk. He's been taking like fourth team reps. And the victim card, I just don't buy it in the NFL. Here was Louis Riddick.
We've been in these camps. We know how that goes. Yeah. You don't get enough reps. They play a whole half of a game, and then all of a sudden coaches are going, why are you making that mistake? Why aren't you making that check? Why are you doing that technique? Well, damn, coach, I never was in there in practice. You never even talked to me during practice. But now you expect me to know. That's what they're going to be that's what they're going to expect of him. But if anyone can get it done, it's this kid because he's been trained the right way. But I'm telling you, he is ice skating uphill. He just is. And every time you hear this organization talk, you get that feeling.
Yeah, welcome to the NFL, Lewis. Tom Moore didn't know I was left-handed. He would call plays, 218, Z deep over. He didn't care. Who cares? Peyton got every rep. Don't care. Go play. Like, this is the NFL. This is the big boy league. No excuses, no explanations. When you don't count your reps, make your reps count. So when you get them, make them count. Don't make an excuse already for failure. I don't like that. Like that.
All right. Brock going with Louis Riddick, our friend, who we like quite a bit.
Yep.
Hope this doesn't get back to him. Maura, what do you got for trash takes today?
I have Colin Cowherd's continued obsession with backwards hats and visors.
What would he think about this hat that I'm wearing?
Ridiculous.
I would assume he wouldn't like it. But this is his take on Brian Schottenheimer wearing a backwards visor.
Like, for instance, Bank of America is behind him. It's a big sponsor. And so I do think if you're the head coach or the quarterback of an organization and you do press conferences, you're not only representing yourself, that's very selfish and narcissistic, you are representing the Dallas Cowboys and you're representing Bank of America. Here's what men do very poorly. Men often don't think of others in social situations. It's how do I look, and how I think women tend to be a little more self-aware, a little less narcissism. So when you sit in front of a podium, you're representing the Cowboys, you're representing Bank of America, you're representing a $12 billion corporation. I think you got to do better as a head coach than a visor backwards.
Why is he bringing women into this? It's narcissistic to wear a backwards visor to a press conference because Bank of America sponsors you? Like, what? You're reaching. Yeah. You're very much reaching, Colin.
Brock kind of agrees with him. Don't you?
Yeah, men are much more narcissistic in my life experience.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
Backwards visor's not a great look for anybody, though.
Bill Belichick looked like he walked out of a cave half the time. I'm pretty sure the sponsors that sponsored him through their huge run were fine with whatever he wore to press conferences.
Have you seen the backwards visor, by the way?
It looks stupid.
It does look dumb. I mean, just objectively speaking, I'm not making like a full-scale comp to what it means to the team.
If you want to talk about whether it's a good look or not,
It's a
that's
bad
one
look.
thing. But acting like he's taking away from their sponsorship because he looks like a degenerate
Well,
is
just
a
face
whole
of the
nother-
brand.
Just okay, he turns it around there. Good job, Shotty. Turn that sucker around. All right, thank you for your 3 submissions for trash takes. Fairly easy call this week. This was not a hard one. Lyle, not close. I don't think you understood the take. So I'm gonna. You're not gonna win this one. They were just trying to eliminate Naylor playing against them. I thought it was pretty funny. I give them credit. I thought that was fine. They're not looking to get him as a free agent for $1 billion or overpay to fix the White Sox. He was just making a joke about how good Naylor's been against them. And I think you missed a joke. So I'm going to go eliminate that one. That's not even a trash take. So it can't win. Brock and Mora, again, fairly easy. Brock, I think I kind of agree with Louis Riddick. There's a bit of excuse making here ahead of time, but the Browns are dumb and they have 5 quarterbacks at camp. How is he possibly, as the rookie, supposed to get enough reps for that to work? That's just dumb. Everything they're doing is dumb. Everything they're doing. And after we just had that conversation with Seth Wickersham, all about where you go and how it impacts your ability to play the position.
Yep.
I don't know whether Shooter's going to work out or not.
I think Baker took him.
I'm not saying he's going to work out or that he's better than they're giving credit for, but it is dumb to try to get him in these games and then judge
a really
him
entitled
when they
player,
have 5.
Suck it up.
When they have 5 quarterbacks, that's dumb. That's dumb. If that was happening to Titus, you'd be like, yeah, this is dumb. My kid needs more reps.
But I wouldn't make an excuse.
Yes, you would.
Oh, he's going to fail.
Yes,
he's going to fail. You watch. We've seen this.
I wouldn't. You wouldn't say
he's
that.
He's going to fail. He's ice skating uphill. No, he's not. Go do
No,
it.
but you would say my kid needs more reps. This is ridiculous. Colin Cowherd, easy winner. More, you're absolutely right. Nice job there, kid. Good job.
I almost went with a different one.
Well, good thing you didn't. Actually,
Pat Murphy.
You could have said anything and you would have won.
Well,
First
Pat
2 were
Murphy, the
awful.
Brewers manager, did an on-field interview with Trisha Whitaker and pulled a pancake out of his pocket and
Whoa.
says he pocket pancakes all the time.
I don't know what that means, but we got to go. Bump and Stacy up next.
Yummy
See you
in
guys
my
tomorrow
tummy.
morning at 6 a.m. Until then, the hay. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Who will make the biggest plays on offense this year?
I think the bigger plays in the pass game this year are going to be made by MVS. That he is going to be the sniper in this whole deal. Snipers, they aren't seen, but their impacts are big. But I'm talking about bombs. Throwing that thing deep over the top. I think MVS will and should be the leader when it comes to that.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five!
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security. Security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet. Thank you. Thank you. High five, everybody. High five.
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five.
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, experience the power of choice. Whether you're cruising in a fuel-sipping Prius, tackling trails in a rugged Tacoma, hauling with the mighty Tundra, or commuting in comfort with the Camry or RAV4, your perfect Toyota is waiting. Whether you're in the north or the south, they've got you covered. 2 locations, endless possibilities. Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, the power of choice is yours. Visit their incredible team and beautiful showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
It's Jet City Harley's Sign and Ride event. No cash down needed. Rates as low as 1.49% APR on select Harleys. Put no cash down, sign, and ride away on your new Harley from Jet City Harley. Save thousands on interest at Jet City Harley-Davidson. Under credit on new 2024 Lowrider ST, Lowrider S, or Rogue Glide 3 models. See dealer for details.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day out for baseball here at T-Mobile Park.
Home. Home is where you gather. With friends. With family.
Ball to right field. It continues. Jorge Polanco.
Sometimes even folks you don't know. But in a way, you do. Because you share at least one thing in common. And one thing can be pretty powerful when it's multiplied by 40,000.
Everybody on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Welcome home.
The Ichiro Hall of Fame festivities at T-Mobile Park are officially underway. Score a Hall of Fame Funko Pop tonight and tomorrow, and other great giveaways like Ichiro jerseys this Friday and replica plaques on Sunday. Plus, limited tickets remain for his number retirement ceremony on Saturday. Grab your seats at mariners.com. Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Roman Anthony and the Red Sox are finalizing an 8-year, $130 million contract extension that could reach up to $230 million per ESPN's Jeff Passan. That deal includes a club option that'll keep Anthony in Boston through 2034. The 21-year-old rookie outfielder was the #1 prospect in baseball when he was called up back in June.